in terms of peace and stability when it comes to democratic dispensations will be maintained come 2020 elections on the 7th of December. We have very distinguished personalities gathered here today to lead us in our discussion and ensure that as much as we have the spirit to ensure that this country holds together after December 7th, that spirit will be rekindled, renewed, and well motivated to move ahead in the coming days. I unofficially once again welcome you and would crave your indulgence that as we do always, we start this whole program with prayer. My name is Emmanuel Leso. I work for the State Broadcaster Ghana Broadcasting Corporation here in Kumasi. I'm going to be your moderator, and I believe that we'll have a very peaceful session. I invite, without delay, Reverend Nimo, the Christian Council Secretary for the Ashanti region, to lead us in our opening prayer. Shall we all be standing in place respectfully?
Shall we pray? Our gracious Father and our God, to you belongs all thanksgiving, praise, and honor for this day. We are grateful unto you for all you've been doing for us, and for this day also for bringing us together to deliberate on issues. We thank you, Lord, for this day and for this national meeting. We thank you for the security agents, the Electoral Commission, the Judicial Service, National Commission for Civic Education, political parties, traditional and religious leaders, civil society, the media, and all others who are gathered here this day. Father, we commit this meeting into your hands. We are asking that, Lord, even as we deliberate on issues, may we be sensitive to them. And may you guide and protect and lead us, that at the end, we'll give glory and praise and honor to your holy name. We thank you for answered prayer. In Jesus Christ, our Lord, we pray. Amen.
Thank you so much, Reverend Demo. On the program, we should have been the Ghana Police Band giving us the national anthem. And so, once again, respectfully, I will give you indulgence to be on our feet as we sing the national anthem. God bless our homeland, Ghana. God bless our homeland, Ghana. Shall we go? God bless our home.
Great our nation, great and strong, bold to defend forever, a cause for freedom and of pride. In our heart we through unity, make a cherish, yes, honesty, and help us to raise our praises for our faith and might forevermore. And help us to raise our praises for our faith and might forevermore.
Thank you so much. And this anthem is always and will always be inspirational. And I invite Nana Gojo Imprint, the Deputy Director, Research, Monitoring and Evaluation from the National Peace Council to do the introduction of the dignitaries herein gathered.
Thank you so much, MC. Indulge me, it's a privilege to introduce to you the distinguished personalities for today's cultural program, seeking to promote peaceful development elections here in Kumasi, accordingly. Indulge me once again to introduce to you the high field. I have the National Peace Council Executive Secretary, Mr. George Amo. On my right, and his team, we have a distinguished personality. I can all know very well this country, who have performed tremendously towards peaceful election peace of this country. I was privileged to introduce to you the former board chairperson of the National Peace Council, Most Reverend Professor Geenral Santi. I also have the privilege to introduce to you the Deputy President Coordinator Representative of the United Nations Grand Program, Ghana, Ms. Zizi Bolanda. Being that that often is not an allowed to my hearing. Thank you so much for doing that for me. I repeat once again, introduce to you Ambassador Nana Ifa Appleton, online from Qatar, and also representing Nigeria talent. Once again, a privilege to introduce to you Mr. Charles Abani, United Nations Coordinator. These are recorded particular office as we go into the church in the name of blessing our distinguished personality. Thank you for doing that. Also, a privilege to introduce to you the original minister, Honorable Simon, as the minister. Then I have a privilege to introduce to you the chairperson of this function, Bishop Nyakon Anga. He is the original chairperson for National Peace Council at Charity Region. And ladies and gentlemen, and distinguished guests, indulge me to introduce to you our special guest for this program, His Excellency Dr. Mohammed Shinan Chamba, who is the United Nations Special Representative for Secretary General for West Africa and the head of the world, who is in Senegal. Thank you so much for giving me the honor to introduce the distinguished personality of this program. Thank you.
Thank you so much, my brother, Nana Gojo Imprint. Very normally, we would have on the program the acceptance speech. And so, my powers vested in me this morning. I now call on the chairman for occasion, Bishop Nyakon Adam, to do us the honor of giving us a speech. Please, a round of applause. Thank you.
His Excellency Dr. Mohammed bin Chambers, Honorable Simon Osemensa, Ashanti Regional Minister, most Reverend Pastor Santi Immediate Pass, Chairperson, National Board Council. The Executive Secretary, His Council, Mr. George Amo. Mr. Charles Abani, UN President Coordinator. All other protocols duly observed. Ladies and gentlemen, I think if there is anything that one should seek for apart from life, is peace. So on my scale of preference, life one, peace two. And once we have life, then we are seeking for peace. So peace should be the most important thing any human person should look for, whether an individual or a group of persons. This peace has eluded many, and they have found themselves wanting. On the political scene, anytime there is election, the political temperature rises. And when it is not well managed, countries going through such exercises in a very bad position because the peace that we all seek for, we don't get. It is therefore important that around this time, as we are approaching elections, we talk peace, we drink peace, we promote peace. We have been told that this workshop, which is all about peace, is being organized in two phases, one for the northern sector and one for the southern sector. It's therefore a privilege that Kumasi should host this first one. Once we are talking of peace, we all want to associate with it. It's therefore a privilege for me to be asked to chair this all-important function. I accept the position, the chairman of this great seminar, and I pray that you all partner with me so that together we steer the affairs of this program to a successful end. It is also my charge as the chairman of this function to moderate the program in such a way that we go through all the various items printed out. I also want to inform you that as part of the program, we will have a courtesy call at Menchia to greet His Majesty for. They are giving us time, and we need to hit the place exactly by that time. So I will ensure that the MCs will organize themselves in such a way that the plenary session will be very brief so that we can get to Menchia and we come back to continue. Graciously, the Honorable Minister, Honorable Simon Osemensa, has given us his dispatch with rather to lead us so that we go in a convoy and beat the traffic. Once again, I accept the position of a chairman of this important program. And welcome you all. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, do I have a permission to continue? Mr. Chairman, do I have your permission to continue? Thank you so much for granting me that permission. Thank you so much. We now take the official opening remarks or the welcome address, and it's coming from the Executive Secretary of the National Peace Council, ladies and gentlemen, Honorable George Amo.
I'm here to go around. Reverend Chairman, Your Excellencies, permit me for the sake of time to stand in the existing protocols so that we can be fast with this process. Reverend Chair, the National Peace Council was established by Act 818 in 2011, has been assigned a role or mandate to facilitate and develop the mechanisms for conflict prevention, management, resolution, and to build sustainable peace in the country. In pursuit of this onerous mandate placed on it by the state, the Council has been given 9 specific functions to fulfill to ensure peace in Ghana, one of which, Reverend Chair, is to prevent electoral violence through dialogue and consensus building. Reverend Chair, Your Excellencies, since its establishment, the National Peace Council has contributed and continues to contribute to peaceful elections in the country. In 2008, for example, the council led by Archbishop Peter Akia-Taxon led the council through the 2008 elections with quite significant efforts. In 2012 and in 2016, the council, once again led by Most Reverend Professor Emmanuel Asante and his team, did a lot, especially in preventing Ghana from electoral violence when the country had to endure almost 8 months court tussle over the 2012 elections. Your Excellencies, the dialogue today seeks to contribute to ensure that the December elections are conducted with significant amount of consensus by all the key players to ensure Ghana sustain the peace. It is in this vein, Reverend Chair, that the National Peace Council, with the support of us and our own father, Dr. Mohammed Ibn Chambers, the UN and the UNDP have put together this important forum. The forums have been organized in 2 phases. The first one takes place here, and the second will take place in Tamale on the 1st of December. It is a hope that together we can address any outstanding issues before December 7th. Reverend Chair, Your Excellencies, we are particularly happy that Ghana has prepared itself enough to once again cross this hurdle in December. We are sure we have the resilience and God on our side. We are going to go through these elections and showcase the peace that Ghana has in the world once again. Without much ado, Reverend Chairman, Your Excellencies, the former Chairman of the Peace Council, all Excellencies, I want to say thank you, and particularly to our board members who are also here. Reverend Chair, the national board members were inaugurated not too long ago, just 2 weeks. The chairman, Reverend Ernest, he could not be here today. He will join us in Tamale. but we have key members of the board who are here. We have Malvi Mohammed bin Salim is here. We have Bishop Otu, retired colonel, is here. We have Most Reverend Tianu, is here. We have Mrs. Joanna Okare, is here. And last but not least, we have Lumo Lafo, who represent the African traditional and religious beliefs. Madam Chair, I'm grateful. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, our Executive Secretary, for that welcome address. Just for your information, this is a national program, and we're privileged to be hosting it here in the Ashanti region. We also inform you that we have our international friends here with us, dignitaries, monitoring and ensuring that we ensure peace before, during, and after the elections. Ladies and gentlemen, we also welcome all regional executive secretaries, all regional chairpersons of the Peace Council to this program. We live on Facebook, National Peace Council Ghana. We're live on YouTube, National Peace Council Ghana. So as we do it here, we are being monitored outside the country. And now invite to the microphone the UN Resident Coordinator in the person of Mr. Charles Abani to also give us some few remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause.
Chairman of this occasion, Bishop, and permit me to recognize people for a reason. Nana Efa Apandem, Ibompata Mahemi, the regional minister, Honorable Simon Hussein Mensah, my elder brother, mentor, the SRS chief of NOAS, Ibn Chambers. Although absent, let me recognize my colleague, His Excellency, the Ambassador Tekakoma, who is supposed to join us here. The chair and members of the National Peace Council, the former chair of the Peace Council, the inspirational Most Reverend Professor Asante, representatives of the security institutions, traditional leaders, religious leaders, political parties, civil society organizations, women, young people, the media, the institutions that protect the rights, my colleagues from the UN system, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. The reason I kind of went through that long list is because at the core of what the UN is all about is Sustainable Development Goal 17, which talks really about partnerships. And making sure that everybody who is in that partnership is recognized to be present and in the partnership, I think is one of the ways of assuring peace. It's my pleasure here. I'm relatively new as the United Nations Resident Coordinator, but it's my delight to be here. And the second time I'm in this region. I accompanied Professor Asante to Kettiment to celebrate World Peace Day. And I'm very pleased to be here. Ghana is a pride and inspiration nation, not just here for you Ghanaians, but actually for a lot of us in the sub-region on the continent, and in fact globally as well, because of this deep institution of democracy that you have built and continue to deepen with every election. Peaceful, transparent, inclusive, and credible elections. Those four terms are extremely important. During the visit very recently by the Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations, Islamina Mohammed, she met with two institutions, the National Peace Council and the Electoral Commission. These are particularly strong and important institutions in the peace process here in Ghana. And we really want to commend the efforts of both of these organizations in ensuring that there are peaceful elections here. I'm sure all of you know what you have, but in case you forget, in this region there are elections taking place in this same period that have not gone well. There are many democracies that are classed as fragile. And so what you have is the gold drum, and it must never be taken for granted. And so I also want to acknowledge that that peace doesn't come because it just happens. It comes because there's a deep cultural, traditional, attitudinal institution of peace among peoples here in Ghana, but also the hard work that the various institutions play, whether they are the Peace Council, security, cooperatives, the media, civil society organizations, women, everybody. And so to congratulate you for that hard work. Ultimately, the UN wants to see the attainment of the 2030 Agenda Sustainable Development Goals. So it's about development. But development cannot happen if there's no peace. Peace and development go hand in hand. And this is why this is extremely important. Elections are very important, and there's a competition, but competition does not imply enmity. You can compete very effectively against someone else while still being their friend. And so we call particularly on the political parties to compete with a sense of fairness and openness and sportsmanship, or sportspersonship actually, to be gender sensitive, in a way that allows the election to continue to deepen this tradition that we're all proud of. And this process must be inclusive. The UN is very keen that no one is left behind. So ensuring that the process includes everybody in the society, everybody with a legitimate right to vote, is extremely important. The UN, of course, stands by you throughout this process. And I'd like particularly to recognize the work of UNDP over many years, supporting the Peace Council and supporting democracy and governance here in Ghana. There is COVID-19, and so we continue to also solicit best practices to ensure that COVID does not continue to spread, while congratulating the government on the work that it has done. So on behalf of the UN, I stand here to also pledge our support to Ghana during these upcoming elections. We wish you the best. To continue to be fans and cheer you on from the side. In the end, Ghana will be the winner. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Charles Abani, the UN Resident Coordinator. And we're grateful for that assurance that you are with us. Obviously, Ghana will not disappoint you. We take another speech or remarks from all members of the High Table, members of the board of the National Peace Council, distinguished
invited personalities, my good friends from the media, ladies and gentlemen. I deem it a great honor to be part of this gathering to brainstorm on how to maintain peace in our region and the nation as a whole. Some few months ago, we met and discussed the roadmap of the fight against political vigilantism and related offenses. The recent developments in our political discourse is evident of the fact that such fora do work a lot when the right people are invited. And I'm very pleased to witness the number of dignitaries gathered here who can brainstorm and build a consensus on how to maintain peace in this country, especially during this electioneering period. I'm indeed happy that the key stakeholders, especially the political parties, the security service, NCC, judicial service, civil society, media, the academia, and international organizations are here today. I'm most grateful to you all for honoring the invitation to this important stakeholders forum. I therefore wish to commend the National Peace Council and the United Nations for bringing this important stakeholders forum to Kumasi. Reverend Chairman, Ghana is widely applauded by the international community as a golden child or an oasis of peace in the sub-region for the manner in which our democratic governance has been consolidated by conducting peaceful, free, fair, and credible elections in this country. Through elections, we've been able to change one party government to another party government in 3 occasions. In 2000 elections, 2008, and 2016. This has put Ghana on the global map of a country with credible democratic governance process. This year's election will be the 8th multi-party election under the Fourth Republic. In spite of these democratic credentials, the conduct of elections has been characterized by isolated cases of violence and most often tension in the country until the elections are over. These are often orchestrated by the leading political parties in the country. Such menace poses threat to election security, national cohesion, public safety, and our democratic dispensation. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Ghana is for all of us, and not for any political party. You should know that we are first Ghanaians before any other political considerations. It is therefore imperative that we protect and defend the peace we are enjoying today. I strongly call on all Ghanaians, especially the political parties, to understand that winning elections is not a do and die affair, but rather an expression of our democratic rights. We should therefore let our members understand that you can only convince someone to vote for your party based on issues and not through violence. Election is not a contest. Election is a contest of ideas, and not contest of insults, physical strength, violence, and crisis. If all of us will walk from our homes to the polling stations, vote, and go back in peaceful manner, while allowing the requisite institutions and structures to work as they should. Definitely, you have free, fair, peaceful, and credible elections in this country, always. To the media, you are the eyes and ears of the people. Let us be circumspect in our reportage and avoid sensationalism. Do not be in a rush to bring out news without cross-checking the authenticity and accuracy of the facts. Do not give false and uncertified information in the quest to be first to make news. Be not facilitators of chaos and misunderstanding. Let us strive to give up our best for the masses to know the facts, since most people believe and act on what they hear from the media. Reverend Chairman invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, to consolidate peace, election security, and national cohesion. Let us all take the outcome of this forum seriously so that we can build consensus among we the major stakeholders to increase trust and confidence ahead of the 7th December 2020 general elections. Peace is fragile. Peace is priceless. So let us all handle it with care and protect the peace we have in this country. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, the Honorable Regional Minister. And I believe that he speaks for the President, he speaks for all regional ministers, he speaks for everybody. This is the peace forum. And I give your indulgence once again, the Pro Vice Chancellor for Nkrumah University of Science and Technology. My understanding is that you are here with us. We are grateful for your presence, and we would also pray that. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We are in the land of culture, the land of tradition, and this is amplified or simplified with the presence of Mesia Palace here. In everything that we do, Mesia is recognized. And so, ladies and gentlemen, again, I invite the Mahine for Bompata, former ambassador to the UN, Nana Ifa Apetin, to also give us some few words. Shall we recognize him and welcome him?
Good morning. What protocols there? Those are the high-tech. I didn't come here with a press speech because the invitation reached me very late, and felt it's important that we show up. First of all, let me commend the National Peace Council for organizing this stakeholders dialogue in partnership with the UN. Despite the late arrival of your invitation, we saw would have loved to be here, but because of the exigencies of the kingdom and other matters of state, he can't be here. So I've been asked to just sit in for him. Every 4 years, since we go through this ritual, but we can't avoid it. Because sovereignty resides with the people. And at the end of 4 years, going by our own constitution, we hand over our power temporarily to politicians. And at the end of 4 years, they have to have an account for the way and manner they have used the power to transfer freedom. So elections are indispensable to democracy, and we need democracy. Even countries which are obviously not democratic pretend to be democratic. They claim to be democratic. But because the veneer of democratic legitimacy helps the image of people in power. This is not the first time we're going to have elections since the promulgation of the 1992 Constitution. But don't let us take things for granted. We live in a global community, and I'm sure all of you are aware of what is happening, perhaps in the most powerful country in the world. Institutions matter. That is why we have electoral management bodies. If they do their work well, we don't have a problem. But it will be myopic on the part of anybody to assume that in our case, the electoral commission alone, even if it acts fairly, transparently, competently, can guarantee peaceful elections. Election is a collective undertaking, and we all have to chip in. We have a part to play. After all, the political parties are the main protagonists in the theater of operations. So they have the responsibility to educate their public, their supporters, as well as bystanders. But we as citizens also have responsibilities. After all, the power belongs to us. And we have the civic responsibility to go and participate in the vote. The UN representative was saying that the elections must be inclusive. That is precisely, I think, the point he was addressing. We have to encourage our people to vote. If you don't vote, you'll be shirking your responsibility as a citizen. If you don't vote, you cannot later on sit there and complain about the direction in which the country is going. We go to elections to elect our leaders, but we also go to elections to determine the direction in which we want our country to go. We don't need to resort to any verbal violence in doing this. About verbal violence, I mean using vitriolic language, using hate speech. We don't need that. It's not necessary. Election basically is a decision-making exercise. Make up your mind. You know what has been going on. You know what you want for your future. So just go and cast your vote and go and stay home peacefully and await the results. I think that just before the compilation of the new voters register, there were people who were predicting gloom and doom. We have gone through that exercise. Ghana is still alive. The Electoral Commission has just announced that they will even announce the results in 24 hours. I hope that will reduce the tension that we all have to go through when we are waiting for the people's judgment. Please, we have a high image to protect on the international plane. So let each and every one decide to go and participate in the election and do so peacefully. All of us here have a role to play. The media, the clergy, traditional rulers, politicians, the electoral commission, bodies like the Peace Council, which has been making determined and sustained effort to ensure that we have peaceful elections. Every time we have to go through this 4-year drill. I'm confident that at the end of the day, Ghana's image will be enhanced on the international plane. I wish you success in your deliberations.
Thank you so much, Nana Ifa Abenteng, Mahin for Obata, and also a former ambassador to the UN. Ladies and gentlemen,
We'll take a short cultural display before I introduce my next speaker. Thank you so much. Cultural. Ladies and gentlemen, the one I'm going to now invite a Ghanaian by birth, a former minister of the land. And so he knows and understands the political, the cultural, the traditional settings of this country. But by grace of Allah, he's risen to a higher office. Without wasting so much time, I have the pleasure and the privilege to invite to the microphone the United Nations Special Representative of the Secretary General for West Africa and the Sahel, the head of UNOWAS, His Excellency, Dr. Mohammed Ibn Chambers.
Chairman, Education, Bishop, Adam, Honorable Final Excellency, Deputy Regional Minister, Honorable members, the National Peace Council, here at the recognized my very good friend, most lieutenant of the class, starting with the past president, with whom I personally have the greatest pleasure of working with during his work. And now, faculty of faculty, here standing here, here standing in for Marcia, my senior boy, and of course, Ambassador, former head ambassador to the Executive Secretary, the National Peace Council, the UN Resident Coordinator, and other colleagues of the UN here present. I should acknowledge the ECOWAS ambassador who has just joined us in timing. Representatives of state institutions, pro-vice chancellor, representatives of political parties, representatives of civil society, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. It is a great pleasure to be present here today in Kumasi for this important event that brings us together, brings also major key stakeholders to promote the peaceful conduct of the 2020 general election. Unfortunately, our meeting is happening following the passing in eternity of the renowned son of Ghana, the first president of the Fourth Republic, His Excellency Jerry John Rawlings. Allow me to seize this opportunity to once again present the sincere condolences of the UN to his family and to the nation. The greatest honor we can do him is to ensure the holding of peaceful, non-violent, and credible elections on 7th December. I would like to commend the efforts of the board, the executive secretary, and the entire National Peace Council, as well as other partners and our UN colleagues for their invaluable contribution towards the organization of today's event. This event creates an additional opportunity for dialogue, consultation, and constructive exchanges between key stakeholders. Is an important aspect of the UN NPC partnership in pursuit of peaceful elections in Ghana. This activity also leverages partnership between the UN and other very important national institutions to amplify our collective approach to peace, security, and the development of this country. It is therefore important for me to also highlight that today's gathering is the first of two events to be jointly organized at the regional level by the NPC and the UN and other parties. The second, as you have informed already, is to be convened in Tamale on 1st December. These events are meant to complement ongoing strategic engagements by mobilizing all of us at the regional level to commit to peaceful elections, enhance vigilance, strengthen mutual trust and confidence, and ensure that any election-related disputes are resolved with utmost compliance with the rule of law and due process. In this regard, I wish to thank all stakeholders present here: Electoral Commission, security agencies, Judicial Service, National Commission on Civic Education, political parties, traditional and religious leaders, civil society, the media, women and youth groups, and academia for your participation in this important meeting. Your presence here is an affirmation of your strong attachment to the tenets of democracy, sustainable peace, and development in Ghana. Your leadership and engagement remain crucial during this electoral process. I would like to recognize the continued efforts of diverse actors, our respectable traditional, religious, and community leaders, women and youth leaders, as well as civil society organizations, for your continued and invaluable contributions towards peaceful elections. This is evident in the number of activities being organized across the country. Last month in Accra, I attended the media launch of the Ballots Without Bullets campaign organized by the National Commission on Small Arms and Light Weapons and the UNDP with support from bilateral partners. This was an occasion to highlight the dangers of small arms and light weapons to peace and security in Ghana, and more specifically, to the holding of peaceful elections. At the regional level, we must also join this campaign and mitigate the potential impact of small arms on elections. Another recurring issue being discussed in many circles is the threat posed by political vigilantism in the elections. Despite the fact that the government and other stakeholders, including the two main political parties, NPP and the NDC, are taking this issue seriously, as evidenced by the adoption of the Vigilantism and Related Offences Act 1929, as well as the NPC facilitated roadmap and code of conduct to end political vigilantism. More still needs to be done. I am mindful that today's forum will explore ways of addressing this particular challenge and its impending effect on the electoral process, if not just. In your various roles, I urge you to enhance engagement with the youth who are often susceptible to instrumentalization to foment violence. Let us ensure that the youth of this region continue to positively contribute to the peace and stability of Ghana. Furthermore, in spite of increased tensions associated with the electoral process, it is important for us to guard against speech that could incite violence. We must desist from the politics of acrimony, bitterness, and rancor that undermine peaceful conduct of elections. Indeed, we should continue to engage political actors to ensure that we practice issue-based politics, a common attribute of Ghanaian electoral competition, as indeed the Honorable Minister has just said. Election is about competition of ideas, not hate speech and other speech that incites violence. In addition, I'd also entreat you to openly discuss the important role of women in politics and explore ways of improving their participation, as well as the participation of youth and persons with disabilities in the electoral process within an environment that is respectful of human rights and the rule of law. Mr. Chairman, Honorable Minister, Nana, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, peaceful elections in Ghana are of immense importance to the region and the continent. Another reason why we must assiduously support efforts to consolidate democracy in this country, in this case, through peaceful elections. The United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres is not only a keen observer of Ghana's efforts in democratic consolidation, peace, and development, but continues to lend his full support. A recent visit by our sister, the Deputy Secretary General, Ms. Amina Mohammed, to Ghana with key messages of solidarity, peace, unity, and development is an indication of the enduring partnership between Ghana and the United Nations. I would like to highlight that peaceful elections will also strengthen Ghana's strategic role in the region and beyond, and further deepen its constitutional democracy while reinforcing the aspirations of all Ghanaians to live in peace and harmony. Therefore, as part of efforts to enhance national ownership to promote peaceful December 7 election, the UN, in collaboration with ECOWAS, has undertaken a series of pre-electoral consultations with various stakeholders to encourage Ghanaians to preserve Ghana's reputation as a beacon of democracy in the region, in line with ECOWAS principles of democracy and good governance. In conclusion, I would like to recognize the support of Ghana's bilateral and multilateral partners while reiterating the UN's resolve to accompany Ghana in its trajectory of democratic consolidation. We remain overly optimistic that Ghanaians, known for their peaceful dispensation, a peaceful disposition, filled with love for their country and bold by the zeal to preserve its reputation as a beacon of democracy and an emerging economy in Africa, will once again demonstrate their political maturity by ensuring that the elections are peaceful and that Ghana, at the end of the day, emerges the winner on December 7th. Thank you.
I believe that we can do better for Dr. Mohammed Ibn Chambers. He's not forgotten his roots at all. And so he's always here to help us. We are grateful. We are very grateful. But again, Reverend Chairman, I want to seek your permission and break protocol. Not so much as deliberate, but of necessity. The resident representative of ECOWAS in Ghana has joined us, and he needs to also say some few words before we bring the first part to a close. And so I would invite Ambassador Papa Ghana Wakil to join us and give us some few words. A round of applause for him, please.
Thank you very much. The regional minister, chairman, sir, I need to seek two permissions. One is to remove my nose mask for the 5 minutes that I'm going to make. And the other one is to stand on the existing protocol. My senior colleague, Dr. Chambers, has already said all that I needed to say. But in from ECOWAS, I need to give you some insight into the tactical interventions we need to make, or we needed to make during this election, apart from the strategic level intervention that he has described. The journey of our intervention began with the last October pre-election mission, high-level mission jointly with the United Nations and ECOWAS, which have brought us here today. After meeting all the national stakeholders in Accra and environment, we are now here to meet the good people of Kumasi and environment with the same message, a message of support and solidarity, a message of hope, a message that wants to convey to you that we need Ghana to continue to be a source of inspiration for other countries in the sub-region in terms of credible, fair, transparent, and peaceful elections. Ghana has been operating successfully as a multi-party democracy since 1992. It is now going into its 8th election. All the previous ones have been largely violence-free. And that is why the representative of the Secretary General kept on saying that Ghana is a model. And under the protocol for good governance and democracy in ECOWAS, we are going to be there with you on election day and after the election. We are planning on deploying at least 100 election observers from the 15 member states to be here in the next few days. And that is only for the election observers. We also have election experts, people who are manning the ECOWAS election database, that is the technical team. They will also be here to support Ghana to continue to be a model and a source of inspiration to other countries in the sub-region. Having said that, I only wish to reiterate the message already conveyed by the special representative of the Secretary General, particularly in getting our youth population to moderate their behavior. The youth are not here, but on election day and the day after election, they will unleash their energy, positively or negatively. It is left for us here as elders and professionals at the district and regional levels to moderate the behavior of youth. They can make or mar election. And as technology improves, their behavior tends to be conditioned more by their smartphones and computers than what their elders tell them or what their parents tell them to do. So, yes, the Anti-Vigilante Act has been passed, but to operationalize it, it needed the support of people like you. And in this sense, the modest gathering here is very, very critical. We just have to do that. That is going along or going after our youth to moderate their behavior. It's very, very critical. I think that I would end my little intervention by another appeal, and that is to the political elites. In the last few weeks, they have moderated their behavior in terms of, grandstanding and making some speeches which are really not very nice. But I think as we are getting closer to the election, I am happy that I could see some calm environment emerging, and this is very consoling and very gratifying. On behalf of the President of the ECOWAS Commission, I wish us all a very fruitful, peaceful, productive, and credible elections come December 7th, 2020. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Baba Ghana Wakil, the resident representative of ECOWAS in Ghana. We're breaking for the first session for a coffee break, and it's just outside. When you step out, you can see that one. Then we come back for the second session, which will include panel discussions, questions will be asked, and answers will be given. And that is the interesting part that I don't want anybody to miss. All political parties, or some political parties, the major ones are here, the security is here, the Electoral Commission is here, NCC, and major stakeholders are here. Without speaking so much, let me just go back to the chairman to end this session for us. Please, can I bring the microphone to you there?
Thank you. Standing on the basic protocols already established. Ladies and gentlemen, obviously the first part of our program, the peace forum, has come to an end. Indeed, this is just getting reserved to get the appetite for those that are coming. We are now going to get deeper and deeper into it, how we're going to promote this. And we pray that you will all be present to go through the exercise. From here, we just take just 2 minutes to take a photograph here, which is another one. Only those up here will be front, then other members, not members of the National Peace Council, will come and stand behind them and we'll take it. The photograph will be such a way that to cover everybody. And as we do that and do for coffee break, we'll quickly dash to the share and then we'll come back. So once again, I thank you for supporting me to moderate the first session of our program. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you so much, Chair, for the occasion, and thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to moderate this program in your state. Quickly, we would arrange the chairs here, take a picture, but for us, we can quickly go for a coffee break and then come back for the second session. Program adjourned. Thank you so much.
Assassini, airport in my eye, Mojana, Nanum Shegu, Nadi to my eye. Edumen, it was so, say a pay, a piatwaso, Nindian twaso, go to Crania, Pessamin coming out. Eddie, Bremo, the Mamaya, Sassy, Hodo, what to say. Oh, my no, oh, my no. Yes, and I host on my full private jet. Oh, my no. Yes, and I host on my This is my motherland, Lady Ghana tiny. Anything I go talk, bring back a tiny. Bo, Boniya hey, Boni Dane fe hey. Many me feel the hinkati, many won't pay. Malaba he can you feel the Bajamin Kabo. Boy, you no go need a lava where me take go. I promise on my own, I'm both tired near Shona. But they want me in a sana, they go no Shona.
Yawaena, Zumunchi Afiko May, Kowan Kabila Capito, Zahida Kai, Banda Gumbanchi, Mudena Zwalumchi, Ubangiji Allah Wayma, Zumunchi Afiko May, Anna Muhammad Wayma, Zumunchi Afiko May, I am Wayma, Zumunchi Afiko May, Zumunchi Afiko May.
See, this is not a peace song, it's a love song. Peace ain't gonna get it married, keep the love strong. See, a peace we cannot risk. War at home is like cardiac arrest, cause home is where the heart is. Let the trumpets sound victory. The battle that we won is a battle for a peace. We promise on an honor that we'll never fight again, cause Ghana is the happy place of joy we should defend.
But you're the father born a year, my dog, a granny button on you, will any teacher club. Get up, what's up, motherland? I don't feel like Obidi and Afia. I'm in love with you now. Tamajiba, my jihad, and my guitar was a young will a dodgy love for fun. That could Charlie how? From the big six, you still the fix things. Our Hamaka for Chicago ranges.
If you don't make it be, somebody for fight, we don't need one of peace. If we to protect the nation, for the God and anyone I say.
About the peace, about the somebody, about the peace, I want to now somebody walk here. From a one boat, what has some trouble? What's it? The men by you, so can you are which are if you want to for a month who are when you be a cocoto. A lady be okay, palace, a lady more okay, palace, a lepus you call okay, palace. About what you are in. It's all about the peace. Hey, Malova.
Fontina dum, stosia to dum, police say soon, every I say soon, Papa yeah, Papa, the penny in the high, Mwashakula Muma, but make the Danima, Domina, what is from, what's the Mudania, BBC.
Ghana is no more.
Picture free me, that you na meet them no more.
Stood up the peacemakers, for they shall be called the sons and daughters of God. Hey, we pray for love, we pray for peace, we pray for unity always. To make our nation better, to make our nation better, bring peace to our land. Nation better, peace to our land.
Okay, can go outside and take.
You know we're gonna do it again.
Yanara assassini, airport in my Mojana nanum shegu nade to my Edumene was so say a bay, piatwaso, Nindian twaso, go to Crania, Pessamin coming out, Eddie Remu, the Mamaya Sassikudo, I could say. Oh, my no. Oh, my no. Okay, this is my motherland, lady Ghana tiny. Anything I go talk, we make a tiny boy. When me a hey, bonny done a fee hey. Many my friend he get here, many won't pay. Man the bahi can you friend the badger in cabo. When you look on it, I will be a cabo. I promise on my own, I'm going to try and near Shona. Pulling off a Vina Sana, they book on no Shona.
Yawaena Zumunci ya fi komai kowane kabila ka fito za a yi da kai banda bambanci mu daina zalunci ubangijin Allah wai ma zumunci ya fi komai annan Muhammad wai ma zumunci ya fi komai iyayenmu wai ma zumunci ya fi komai zumunci ya fi komai
See, this is not a peace song, it's a love song. Peace ain't gonna get it married, keep the love strong. See, a peace we cannot risk. War at home is like cardiac arrest, cause home is where the heart is. Let the trumpets sound victory. The battle that we won is a battle for a peace. We promise on an honor that we'll never fight again, cause Ghana is a happy place of joy we should live in.
What's up, motherland? I don't feel like Obidi and Afia. I'm in love with you now. Tamajiba Majihara Mabiata was a young will a dodgy love from Gakachale. How? From the big six, you still to fix things. Mawa Hamaka for what she can't do with reaches.
If you don't want me, give me everybody for fight, we don't need one of these. If we to protect the nation, for the God and anyone I save it. Oh yeah.
About that peace, hey, about that somebody, about that peace, hey, I wanna know now somebody won't hear. From my wabo, what has some drawn one says, many by you, so killing you if you are, which you are living one thing for, I'm to when you be a cocoa, a lady okay, palace, a lady okay, palace, a lepis okay, palace, I'm out with you. It's all about a peace. Hey,
Don't see the doom, stores out to do. Police say you fool, and we are saying soon. To pay papa, the pay in a high. Mwashakuma muma, the men in a danima. Papa, don't know what you get from. Musimu Daniel too, sell up with the gem, who read on BBC.
Ghana is no more.
Picture free me, you na meet him no war.
So that the peacemakers, for they shall be called the sons and daughters of God. Hey, we pray for love, we pray for peace, we pray for unity always. To make our nation better. Oh, to make our nation better. Bring peace to our land. Nation better. Peace to our land. You know we're gonna do it again. Oh my lord,
miss my motherland, lady Ghana tiny. Anything I go talk, we make a tiny. Boy, when me a hey, body got a fake hey. Many men pay the heat, can see a good one day. Malabahi, can you feel the magic in Cabo? When you look on India, I will wear me capable. I promise on my own, I'm going to tie a near me, Shona. But it won't be in a sana, they don't go now, no Shona.
Yawaena zumunci ya fi komai kowane kabila ta fito za a yi da kai banda bambanci 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 mu daina zalunci 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 ubangijin Allah wai ma
the road map that we say against because I happen to be around. That's what I'm calling. Wow. Okay, so why don't we find out from them if we can get an extra table? And let me find out from them. Mohammed, let's find out from them if we can get an extra table.
So in about some 3 minutes, the second session will start. The second session will start in about 3 minutes, and we'll start off with the EC, the NCC, and the board member of the NPC, that's the National Peace Council, the very first discussion in about 3 minutes. So, friends of what? Friends of Music Africa. Okay. 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 So let's just take one performance from you, and then we start the second session.
I know of a black woman sheltered on the west coast of Africa, clothed in red, gold, and green apparel. She holds in high esteem the qualities of a true woman, nurturing her children on the and instilling in them respect for a better commonwealth. Alas, the days of darkness, when the gun cried and the children starved and strayed for fear. But now, in her bosom, a light shines. The stormy sea is calm. The breeze, the atmosphere, the freedom of sitting here and hear speak. Oh, why should these be sacrificed? Why be like our neighbors who fought, made their children suffer? The unborn never saw the day of light. Their cities painted red, their homes crashed to the ground. Tell somebody today that our 92 is here again, and these troubling events must not be our portion. Tell somebody today that it only starts with tolerance and respect for diversity. Tell another not to wish to be in broken man's shoes, for it comes with dire consequence. Tell another, tell them when they ask why you rave and rant, that peace is a priceless jewel, and when lost, it is lost for good.
So we applaud. Wonderful performance. And the message is simple. We are a family. In peace, in love and unity, we shall grow. Let me welcome you back from the coffee break and give you the fullest of assurances that this session is going to be very, very interesting. We had to rush through the first session because of time. The second session is a panel discussion. And so we invite our panelists to come take their seats. They give a presentation, 10 minutes, and then I open the floor for questions to any of them. And that is how it's going to be. We have time for everything that we're doing here, so we can leave it as quickly as possible. Ladies and gentlemen, the first panel now sits. I have the honor to invite the Ashanti Regional Director for the Electoral Commission, Mr. Banobio. Is coming, please. A round of applause for him. I have the honor of inviting the Ashanti Regional Director for the National Commission for Civic Education, Mr. Wilson Atta. See, I know them by their names because I work with them. Yes, please. And then I have the honor of inviting a board member of the National Peace Council, Movi Mohammed bin Saleh. Movi, most welcome. Electoral Commission, Movi, and then the NCC. Organizing peaceful, transparent, and credible elections in Ghana, the updates and the challenges is our first theme, or theme number one. And so, if he is ready, we are also ready. The Ashanti Regional Director for the Electoral Commission will give that update. Mr. Bano Bill Benjamin will give us that one. A round of applause for him as he comes. I'm not too sure you are too full. This is only a snack. So a round of applause. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, my brother. Good morning, distinguished participants. I bring you special greetings from the chairperson of the Electoral Commission. Electoral Commission as an election management body has a firm belief that there can only be peaceful election when the result so declared is a true reflection of the desire of the people who voted. In view of that, the Commission is determined to ensure that we ensure a level playing field to all our stakeholders. We have done with the registration of voters, we've compiled fresh voters register. We've done exhibition for issues such as corrections were undertaken. We are now moving on to training, which is currently ongoing. Printing of all the materials has been received. We have received our ballot papers. We have received the DVDs for the exercise. We are waiting for 7 December to commence. And we shall provide to the good people of this country a very free, fair, transparent, orderly, timely, and successful election. At the polling stations, agents are permitted to be there. An agent can stand or sit at any location within the polling station. However, wherever they sit or stand should not impede the smooth flow of the exercise. Voting starts at 7 a.m. and ends at 5 p.m. After 5 p.m., anyone who is still in the queue, that has not voted will be made to vote before we close the polls. However, after 5 o'clock, nobody will be permitted to join the queue. The polling station's results are counted after the close of the poll at the polling station. And in counting, we go to 3 processes. The first one is ballot reconciliation, where we turn the ballot papers face down and count them to know or to check that the ballot papers bear the validation stamp that was assigned for that ballot paper. Then again, to count the number of ballot papers that were found in the ballot box. In the course of ballot reconciliation, any foreign material will be taken out from the ballot. Foreign materials means ballot papers that are bearing different validation stamps issued by the Electoral Commission will be taken away. After the ballot reconciliation, then we turn the ballot face up. Then we sort them according to the candidates for whom those ballots were cast. After that, we do ballot counting. We count them for each individual. When we have finished, we complete the last session of the Form A, B, or Form A, Form 8A or Form 8B. A is for parliamentary election, and then B is for the presidential election. And that is where we declare or we indicate the votes obtained by each of the candidates. And our presiding officer will sign, and the agents will also be made to sign. A copy each will be given to all the political party agents there. Then, this becomes the primary document, the source document for declaring results at every level. So therefore, when we are giving a copy to each of the candidate presidents, the polling official, the presiding officer, will then send this copy to the returning officer, who then collect from all the polling stations in the constituency and then collate them at the collation center. At the collation center, we have agents there. And since agents already have copies of the polling station result, they can do parallel collation. And in the end, because we are all using the same primary document, we must all arrive at the same figures. Having done that, the presidential results will be announced at the collation center. However, the parliamentary election results will be declared because the parliamentary election ends at the collation level, while the presidential one ends at the national level, because the whole country has been deemed as one constituency for the presidential election. Having done that, now there's an innovation. We have the regional coalition officer. The regional director of the Electoral Commission will be the regional coalition officer for the presidential elections. All the presidential elections from each of the 47 constituencies, presidential election results will be brought to me at the regional level, and at that place too, I have representatives of the political parties. When it comes, I will show it to them, I will endorse it, they will endorse it, and then I will also do a regional collation. All the presidential election results from all the 47 constituencies. Having done that, I will also submit it to head office. And at the head office, we have the chairperson of the commission who serves as the national returning officer for the presidential elections. When she receives this, she will show it to all the candidates, agents who are there. They all append their signatures as a way of confirming it. And then she too will collate from all the 16 regions the results for the presidential elections. After that, then she will come out to declare the results of the presidential election. So, ladies and gentlemen, we see that our systems and procedures are so transparent and so verified, so that nobody can do anything without it being effective. Because all the forms that will be used to declare the elections results are given to all the political parties. polling station results given, constituency level, we give you the collation sheet. We give you the constituency results summary. When we come to the region 2, we do the same thing. Then the national 2, we do the same thing. So therefore, the Electoral Commission being mindful of the fact that because of the element of the competition in election, has decided to swim with our head above the water. We are not going to leave any stone unturned to ensure that the result that will be declared will be a true reflection of the people who voted. Thank you very much, my brother.
Thank you so much. That is the update from the Electoral Commission. Mr. Banobio, yes, you can take your seat. And now we invite the Regional Director of the NCCE, Mr. Wilson Adda, to take it. Please take note of your questions because I'll be coming to you. Take note of your questions, your concerns, your suggestions, and everything that will help make sure that we all leave here satisfied that we're going to have a free, fair, credible election. Mr. Wilson Adda.
Thank you very much.
The next 10 minutes.
Yeah. Good morning, participants. I bring you greetings from the National Commission for Civic Education, NCC. Participants, naturally, Ghanaians love democracy in its true sense, so it is not an understatement when Article 35 plus 1 of the Constitution tells us the state is a democratic one dedicated to the realization of justice and the enjoyment of rights and freedoms, which would enable the people to live in unity and peace in an environment of unity in diversity. This, we all know, will enable everyone in the country to live in dignity as a true human being. Ladies and gentlemen, the above desire is premised on the preamble to the Constitution, especially its beginning, which says that we, the people of Ghana, are using our natural and inalienable right to provide for ourselves and posterity a framework of government which shall give us the blessings of liberty, equality of opportunity, and prosperity. According to Article 3, Clause 1, the type of government which can provide the above should be through a multi-party system. The choice of government can only be done through the organization of peaceful, transparent, and credible elections. This year's elections will be the 8th since 1992. And though the previous ones were acclaimed as peaceful and successful, they were fraught with many challenges which have also reared their heads up in our current preparation for another elections. The successful organization of the elections is bedeviled by many challenges, some of which are insults, hate speech, ethnic slurs and stereotyping, inflammatory expressions, incitement, threats, divisive expressions, and unsubstantiated allegations. These, ladies and gentlemen, can heighten tensions and trigger violence which can mar our elections. For an effective organization of peaceful elections, the 1992 Constitution has provided adequate provisions and has also mandated the Electoral Commission to make legislative instruments to guide the conduct of the elections.
As multi-party system is enshrined in Article 3, Clause 1 of the Constitution, Article 3, Clause 2 prohibits any activity of a person or group of persons from suppressing the lawful political activity of others to ensure that overall political activity will be carried out peacefully. Whereas Article 55, Clause 1 permits the formation of political parties to shape the political will of the people, as well as win elections to put down modalities to inure to the development of Ghana. Article 55 Clause 2 permits people to join the parties of their choice. Also, in preparation for successful elections, Article 35 Clause 9 charges the state to promote among the people of Ghana the culture of political tolerance, because it is through political tolerance that unity in diversity in our political dispensation can be manifested. Aside of the above, the National Peace Council and the NCC, in collaboration with all registered political parties, have instituted the Political Parties Code of Conduct, which all parties are expected to adhere to. Furthermore, they have impressed upon the present Parliament to authenticate the Vigilantism and Related Offences Act, that is Act 999 2019. Ladies and gentlemen, to ensure that the constitutional provisions, legislative instruments, and parliamentary acts are brought to the knowledge of the people for compliance, the NCC, which is mandated by the Constitution to make Ghanaians civically knowledgeable and proactive, as well as other organizations like the National Peace Council, the security agencies, the Electoral Commission, the media, the civil society organizations, and others, have put down programs to aggressively educate and sensitize the citizenry to contribute to the realization of peace before, during, and after the 2020 general elections. This endeavor is being carried out because peace is like the air we breathe. Without it, we cannot live. In the atmosphere of peace, there will be the protection and preservation of our fundamental human rights and freedoms. There will also be unity, stability, and development to enable Ghanaians to live in dignity as true human beings, as the 1992 Constitution espouses for us. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, and may God bless you.
Thank you so much. I couldn't go for my usual walk this morning because of this program, but I've taken some sprints here, and that does it. It fills it in. Ladies and gentlemen, we now take the very last speaker for theme 1. Molvi Mohammed bin Salih is a member of the National Peace Council. A round of applause for him, please.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Distinguished brethren gathered here, I wish you all peace, blessings, and mercy of the Almighty God. Distinguished brethren, one of the major reasons that Ghana has been touted as a stable democracy throughout the world is and has been our ability since 1992 to
hold credible and peaceful elections. Even though these elections have not been fully perfect due to incidents of reported cases of sporadic violence, they have led to 3 successful transfers of power from an incumbent to the opposition. Over the course of this period, the elections management body has seen improvements in its internal processes as well as in the electoral processes. There have been other forms, both within and outside the management body of the elections, that have contributed to shape the conduct of credible elections in Ghana and peaceful outcomes. Election security is therefore a collective business venture of both state and non-state actors, including the key players such as the political parties, electoral commission, security agencies, and the electorate. Transparency here is a key factor for supporting a credible election. A transparent election process is one in which each step is open to scrutiny. Providing transparency in an election establishes trust and confidence in the process, as voters have the means to verify the results and verify that the results are an accurate reflection of the will of the electorate. Security and transparency go hand in hand during an election process. If we are able to show the electorate how their votes will be tabulated in a secure manner, they will feel more inclined to participate in an election. Without top-notch security practices in place, it's easy for the electorate to question the validity of an election outcome, more so when one can't ensure that ballots are being tabulated correctly. An election that is transparent necessarily gives birth to a peaceful outcome. Distinguished brethren, that we have been able to organize peaceful elections does not mean our elections have been violence-free, but that our elections have not led to internecine warfare or large-scale sustained violent activity in many parts of the country. Our elections have been characterized by low-level violence until the Ayawaso West Wogon incident blew open the phenomenon of political vigilantism. One of the reasons that our democratic journey has been universally touted is that after the Ayawaso incident, there have been attempts at quelling the phenomenon, and this has given birth to the Vigilantism and Related Offences Act. The National Peace Council, financial support from the state and its donor partners, have undertaken sensitization and advocacy visits to about 22 districts. That's about 40 constituencies, which are known to be hotspots of violence. The challenge, distinguished brethren, is the numerous flashpoints that exist. The fact that violence spring up in an area that hitherto was not relatively known to be violent. The two main political parties, the NDC and the NPP, signed a code of conduct for the eradication of political vigilantism because of a dialogue facilitated between them by the National Peace Council. The challenge is that while the national executives know about the code of conduct, party executives at the regional and constituency levels have little idea of the code, as revealed by our numerous community advocacy sensitization visits. This is clearly an indication that the parties have not fully disseminated the document within their structure, as they have clearly been outlined by the code. In all this discussion, brethren, evidence shows clearly that efforts at peace are centralized in Accra among party national executives, but not well decentralized in grassroots. People most vulnerable do not know about the law or the code of conduct. The political parties are not disseminating the tenets of the code of conduct well enough that would help the organization of peaceful elections, and this therefore raises potential challenges and concerns. If indeed we had given the needed national attention to this code of conduct, would not only have to be touted as a success story, but rather our laurels would have been universal and endorsed for universal application. We have lots of steps taken at delivering transparent elections. Very many of them. The Electoral Council is taking steps, therefore, at making the electoral process more transparent. The challenge with these efforts at transparency lie in the low levels of public knowledge of the effort. The question is, to whose benefit is the Electoral Commission being transparent? Is it the political parties or the citizens? Do the political parties need transparency more than citizens who are making the choice? It is time that the Electoral Commission recognize the citizens as key stakeholders in the electoral process. According to the Open Election Data Initiative, credible elections have 4 characteristics: inclusiveness, transparency, accountability, and competitiveness. An inclusive election is one where all qualified citizens are given equal opportunity to vote to select their choice of leaders. This year, apart from voters on the exceptions list, provision has been made for all other voters. For example, for the persons with disabilities, such as visually impaired, the Electoral Commission has procured voting jackets with braille that will help them to make their own choices. Accountability in elections includes the presence of effective channels for remedying any violation of citizens' elected related rights during elections. And here, we are yet to take the appropriate step towards ensuring the realization of this fact. In Ghana, it is the police who are responsible mainly for prosecuting the violation of citizens' election-related rights by law. However, it has been a rarity. Hardly has anyone ever been prosecuted for snatching a ballot box. Hardly anybody has been prosecuted for violating the citizens' right to vote and have their vote counted. Hardly anybody has been prosecuted for assaulting citizens and preventing them from exercising their right to vote. Even the advent of the Vigilantism and Related Offences Act has not itself helped in this regard, as no one has yet been prosecuted for violating the act. even though examples of impunity abound. Therefore, distinguished brethren, one of the greatest incentive to peaceful elections in our country is the outmoded tradition of the inability of our securities and the judiciary to punish persons who flout electoral laws with impunity. On the part of the police, distinguished brethren, it stems from the fact, unfortunately though, that the top hierarchy draw their strength to act only from political authority who appoints and promotes them, and who ultimately interferes and gives final directive. As a country, we perhaps have to take a second look at our arrangement, which makes it the president's sole duty to determine who becomes the Inspector General of Police. Distinguished brethren, the menace of political vigilantism has not yet shown to us its real ugly face. What we have seen as an outcome of vigilantism is what we commonly call comedies. Vigilantism is a monster which we have collectively given birth to, and it is growing. The monster has not yet even attained its teen age, and yet we can see what it has brought to bear on our country. For instance, the Ayawaso incident and the outcome of the ever-short commission, the recommendations that they have made, I can assure you that no individual or group of individuals have the guts. Let me repeat, no individual or group of individuals in this country have the guts to implement those recommendations. Why do I say so? I say so because those who are implement those recommendations are the very ones who brought about the birth of political vigilance.
Thank you so much. You have about a minute to round up, sir. Sorry, Max. Just about a minute.
Just one.
I'll give you 2 minutes.
Maybe I can take one. In order, therefore, for us to save ourselves in the future, we need to know that if we do not give a blow to vigilantism, political vigilantism in this country, when posterity decides to wreak vengeance on us, to exhibit the wrath and anger in them, we will not be able to find place to run and hide. Therefore, distinguished brethren, let us collectively take the peace that we are enjoying now as a very important gift of God and do whatever it takes to protect it. And in so doing, let us ensure that we completely eradicate political violence from our system. Thank you very much.
Olgi Mohammed bin Salim is a board member for the National Peace Council. Now, our questions. I wish I was rather a participant than being an MC. I have over 7-8 questions to ask. Unfortunately, today I'm limited. And so please come around with the microphone and the sanitizer. Let's pay the questions, and I'll claim your indulgence that since would sit and answer the questions for them. I'll be giving you that respect. So depending on where the question goes. First question.
My first question goes to the EC. Now,
is it your question or your first question? Because I'm taking only one question from everybody.
They are short. So I know some of them require a single answer, a single sentence answer. Now, if a voter refuses to come to the polling station with a face mask and he tries to vote, and maybe you try to prevent him and he becomes violent, what is the EC going to do? That's the first question. And then the next one is that declaration of results by the EC have been pegged at 24 hours after the election. And I want to know whether the EC has taken note of riverine areas or places we call overseas, where sometimes to be able to carry the results across the river to the collation center sometimes ends up in the next morning. And has the EC also taken cognizance of the fact that sometimes elections are delayed in certain constituencies to the extent that some constituencies or some polling stations even vote on the second day?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. EC noted. Next question.
Thank you very much. My name is Bafo Sef, representing the West African Network for Peace Building, WANEP. Let me commend the EC for making attempt to decentralize the collecting process, particularly with the creation of regional collation centers with regard to the presidential results. He mentioned that there has been an engagement with political parties, which is very important. However, I would like to find out what steps has the EC taken in terms of educating them with regard to that collation centers, because this has not been the practice. We used to have all the presidential results in Accra. This time around, it's being collated at the regional centers. So I believe that there's the need for the EC to step up its education and engagement with the citizens for them to understand the novelty that they have introduced. I also like to find out if stakeholders such as CSOs, the media, both domestic and international observers would be allowed in the regional collation centers. Thank you.
Thank you so much. There's another one at the back or something. Yes, please, we are listening.
My name is Kennedy Bedu Nicholas, representing EPRTU. And my question goes to NCC. In fact, anytime there is elections in this country, we always get a lot of rejected ballot papers. Is it not an equivalent on the NCC to go around during elections in all the constituencies in the country to educate the voters properly with emphasis how to vote, since this has been a trend for a very long time? I just want to know, because I've not been hearing anything from the NTCE going around educating voters how to vote.
Thank you so much. There's one or two at the back. Maybe I'll take the last two, and then they do the answering for us.
Thank you very much. My name is Tebian Pontana Fred, President of Ghana Federation of Disability Organizations. My question goes to Electoral Commission. I just want to know In Ashanti, we have 43 districts. But during the training for visual impairment, EC only conducted only 8 districts. And because of that, our inclusive society has been transformed on a person with disabilities. And secondly, per the third speaker, I just want to know if EC can assure us that at every polling station, visual impaired persons and those with low vision will get the tactile ballot jacket to vote independently. And lastly, I want them to ensure that all persons with disability, include those with physical disability, is the police station will be accessible for us, especially those with wheelchairs. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. My very last question. Okay, my very last question.
Yeah, thank you so very much. The first question goes to Mr. Director, Banobio, right?
Yes, Banobio.
Mr. Banobio, just following up on the question, coalition. CI-127, which provides for a regional coalition officer, does not mention anything like a regional coalition center. The speaker was referring to a regional coalition center. It's not the law. My question then is, since there is no regional coalition center in the law, this is 38, section 38 of CI-127, regional coalition officer will mention regional coalition center. And this is the first time we're going to have this position. For me, it is a very, very positive innovation. My worry, however, is what rules and regulations has the EC put in place for the operation of this level of coalition. For example, is every party agent within the city allowed to go there? Is every observer allowed to go there? Will there be adequate security at this regional office where the regional coalition officer will be doing the coalition there? And there's simply, you don't find any rules and regulations. So it is a very, very good innovation, because instead of the chairman of the EC receiving 275 results before declaring presidential results, the chairperson is having to receive only 16 results. But my worry is that we have no detail whatsoever as to what rules and regulations are introduced to govern this level of coalition. Question number 2 then goes to the NCC, Mr. Adler. Everything that you have said about the NCC, the kind of work it does, very good. Everybody knows the usefulness of the NCC. However, civic education, bringing awareness to the population about their civil rights and responsibilities, is not something that should be state dominated. You don't need all the education. NGOs, civil society organization can also, in fact, the NCC will never get enough money to be able to do all the work that it should do. So my question, why is it that independent organizations, civil society organizations, NGOs, being encouraged or partnered?
Thank you so much. I'll take the responses. Mr. Banobio, the microphone is yours.
Thank you very much, my brother. I will take on the order of best answer. The first question is about if someone refuses to wear a face mask and get to the center and insist to vote, what will the EC do? As we are aware, we are still not in normal times. And therefore, we have made it mandatory because it has been indicated that we need to wear face mask at every public place that we go. And the polling area becomes a public place. Therefore, we expect every voter to put on a face mask. If the one do not have one and still wants to have his or her way, we refer him to the security man on duty. Because we didn't want to gamble with people's life and allow people to come and maybe infect others with something that we are all trying to run away from. So the regulation is no face mask, no vote. Then declaration of results within 12 hours. 24 hours after the elections. Somebody will say it is doable. We have made our district officers to submit all the logistic requirements that will enable us to achieve that feat. We have discussed it at various levels, at the national level, at the regional level, and at the district level. And so we want to change the status quo. Because we believe that election results, when they are unduly delayed, increases the apprehension of the people that can lead to violence. However, we are not going to sacrifice quality for time. We are going to go by book. So I can assure you that a lot of measures are put in place. The urban area, some places we even send helicopters to those places. And management is working on that to provide these services to us. So we'll be able to do it. And all the staff are committed to ensuring that we achieve that. Yes, the regional coalition officer is an innovation. Already we have had constant interaction with the political parties. And we have also included it in our education to the public. Every forum that we get opportunity, we bring it across. And at the head of this level, the PR is also doing a lot of work in terms of educating the public on that. I want to join, is it Dr. It's my lecture in Lagos, but unfortunately the name just escaped me. Kwesi Jonah?
Yes, Dr. Kwesi Jonah.
Yes. So, good afternoon. You are still young, though. Because you taught me, I said, I want to connect your question to this one. Yes, there will be observers and political party agents at the place. We have designated the regional officers to serve as the place for the regional coalition officer. And adequate security will be ensured. We are constantly in league with the security agencies, and they will provide the needed security. Then on the training, on the tactile ballot jacket, the use of tactile ballot jacket, the Ashanti region has 47 constituencies. We did it in 8 constituencies. The reason is that we could not have gone to every constituency. So those that we invited were to go and then train their other members. That was why we limited it to that number. It doesn't mean that we did not take cognizance of the other constituencies. But we want them to go and train their own the way we have trained them, so that they will be able to interact effectively with them. Then on the location of the polling station, we are going to ensure that all our polling stations are very accessible to all manner of voters, including our brothers and sisters with the PWDs.
A minute more, Geenral, for us. Or you are through?
I think that's all.
Okay, NCC.
Thank you very much. Alola, you know my name and I know your nickname. Anyway, let's talk about rejected ballots. Incidentally, this year's elections are very unique. Unique because we have 12 people contesting to be the president. So the ballot paper will be a very long one. But NCC is already on the ground, and we've already started educating the public in churches, mosques, transport terminals, markets, radio and community centers, radio and information centers, and even at workplaces of artisans. We even do one-on-one education. And then, with regards to whether NCC is doing the work alone or in consonance with others, I would like to tell you that NCC is collaborating with NGOs, CSOs, the media, and others. Especially, I will talk about the media and commend it for actively partnering NCC in civic education in Ghana. Alola will testify to that. NCC does everything possible to make Ghanaians civically knowledgeable and proactive, as I told you, and we are poised to continue to carry out this constitutional mandate. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think that answers all our questions for this particular one. Shall we give them a round of applause? We're going to the second panel, and it's about, thank you so much for coming, Molby, Mr. Pope, and Mr. Ward. Thank you so much for coming. I invite now on our second theme, ensuring a secured electoral environment. And that's also critical and important. The Regional Police Command, are here. Police Command. Okay. Oh, let's welcome her. Let's also welcome our dignitaries who are back with a round of applause. Okay, so I don't know her name, anything about her. She will introduce herself for the sake of protocol. And so the microphone is yours. We are now ready for you in the next 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Deputy Superintendent of Police, Regina Elinominta, from the Ashanti Regional Police Command. I am the crime officer for the Ashanti Central District and also doubles as the unit commander for the anti-human trafficking unit of the Ashanti region. Thank you. On the program, we are to let the House know of how we are ensuring a sound and secure electoral environment by the police command. And everybody knows that one of our core mandates is to protect life and property. And in ensuring this, protection must be given to the electorate, the voters that will be coming around to vote. the Electoral Commission personnel who will be at the polling centers, and also the police officers and other security officers who will be present at the polling centers. So maximum security will be provided to such people at the polling centers on that day. A security patrol teams will be going around to ensure the safety of the public. Police have been also educated to escort the ballot boxes and other electoral materials from the Electoral Commission to the polling centers, and also ensure that those items are escorted back to where they are supposed to be kept after the voting exercise has been completed, and also ensure that maximum security is provided during the counting at the collation centers, and after the counting, the maximum patrol team comprising of the security services, not police alone, other security agencies will be part of the patrol team, and they'll be provided with maximum patrols in the town. And as we hear today, even there was a show of force by the security agencies to be in town, and this proves our preparedness on the day of election. Personnel who will be on duty, and every police officer will be on duty on that day, except those who will be on excuse duty. Everybody has been well educated to be professional in our conduct of our duties. Maximum trainings have been going on for some time now, and personnel have been well educated and taught of how to comport themselves during and after the elections. They are not supposed to leave their duty points and be roaming about. They are to ensure that their mandate of being there to protect life and property is accomplished. And as I already said, there will be police and military present at all the polling centers in the various polling centers in town and across the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. You can now please take your seat because you need to take some questions. Maybe 2 or 3. Question time. Just raise your hand. Dr. Kwesi Jonah, hands up again. Please, I have all powers. So I have all powers now. There are some acts in the first session. Take them and go to others. So skip him and go to another person. Sorry, it's not a sign of our disrespect, but let's give others the opportunity. Yes. Oh, we all have questions. Unfortunately, yes, go ahead.
Yeah, good morning. Please, my name is Lawrence Apia, representing Progressive People's Party. My question to Madam is, will there be security officers who are not in uniform at the various polling stations or the polling centers?
Okay, a simple one. Any other question? Look, I saw your hand up. Fairness is true. It's true. I want to organize a free, fair, transparent. Yes, any other? Now, oh, please, yes.
Thank you very much. My question is, has there been prescribed uniform for personnel who will be on duty? More specifically, are we going to see security personnel in brown khaki uniform on election day? Thank you.
Okay. Security matters. a secured electoral environment. Okay, madam, please.
Thank you. Yes, there will be personnel in plain clothes. Most at times we need people to gather intelligence during such occasions. So definitely there'll be people in plain clothes, but they will be identified by their card or their badges or maybe a coat. And to the prescribed uniforms, yes, we have prescribed uniforms that have been set out for all personnel. And even we've been supplied with new uniform materials to sew for the duties. There wouldn't be an occasion where a police officer will be seen in khaki. That is not a prescribed uniform. If such is seen, it means the person is not part of the police command. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So shall we applaud her as she takes her seat back? Thank you so much, madam, for coming. I've forgotten your name, but I should ask her. I'll ask her in private. The third theme that we're talking about this afternoon, promoting peaceful goal elections, the perspectives of the political parties, and they are here. Let's welcome the PPP. PPP. Let's welcome the CPP. Let's welcome the PNC. Let's welcome the NPP. And let's welcome the NDC. Please, we are dealing with time, so be a bit sharper for us. Sit anywhere, sit anywhere. PPP, CPP, PNC, NPP, and the NDC. Reverend Chairman, please permit me once again. The choir would want to perform some political parties to hear before they speak, so that in case they have a sentence in there, the song might change it. Quickly, please. Thank you so much. And the song is so simple. Whether NDC, NPP, PNC, CPP, PPP, and my political party, the Ghana Party, the song says that smile with everybody. Thank you so much for this wonderful one. Well, I now have the privilege of inviting the Ashanti Regional Secretary for the PNC to come and give us his first speech in 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Alula. Mr. Chairman, may I also plead to stand on the existing protocols already established. Thank you. I bring you greetings from the leadership of my party, the People's National Convention, that is the Honorable David Apasara. May I remind you that he is number 9 on the ballot paper, a very peaceful person in manners, in his speeches, and all his conduct. Ladies and gentlemen, the PNC is really honored and privileged to be part of this wonderful program. We have always supported the Peace Council in all its activities. We have a single understanding that the Peace Council is one of the state institutions that needed all the support so that it can undertake its mandate to ensure that we have a peaceful country forever and ever. But we have also found out that the Peace Council is also bedeviled with so many challenges. And for that matter, we hope when given the opportunity come January 2021, we shall ensure that the work of this council will be extraordinary. Ladies and gentlemen, we have to take into consideration certain issues or certain happenings in this country if indeed we mean to succeed and to have a peaceful country. We are all aware that should there be a change of government, all the heads of the security institutions are also changed. From the IGP to the Chief of Defense Staff, we can mention them, all are changed. So these individuals occupying these institutions, what will they be doing in an election year like this? They will surely be protecting their jobs. So we in the PNC are saying that unless we guarantee them that all decisions that will be taken, they will be accountable to it, and that no political party, no government can really ensure their transfer or asking them to proceed on leave, we believe that that will ensure that they will do their work as it is expected of them. Other than that, the suspicion we are actually feeling and seeing are all because these individuals, we suspect that they will not do their work diligently because they have their job to protect. So we in the PNC are saying, given any opportunity, we shall ensure that these heads of institutions have guaranteed jobs. We also believe that peace is not a one-day event. You can't just wake up one day and say you are going to ensure or have peace or a peaceful election. It's a process. I admire the Peace Council, their effort. After the 2016 elections, some lecturers from the University of Cape Coast were tasked to do a research, and they did do a good work. We believe if the Peace Council is really resourced, some of their recommendations will have been implemented, and the tension we are seeing wouldn't be happening. I strongly believe if the recommendation of that finding were truly implemented, that there was students of our case wouldn't have happened. But because here in our country, we are only interested in probably supporting certain institutions that we think we have much control over. So I'm not surprised that currently the police service is really resourced. It's resourced in the sense that they always we have enough vehicles. We've seen certain infrastructure being put up in the environment, but we know this is happening because the state or the executive have direct control over the police service. It's something we are all aware. But the vice president is the chairman of the Security Council. The president appoints the IGP. Once they have such a control, they think that institution can be resourced. Institutions like the SRAJ, the NCC, my friend is here, the NCC boss. It is only at this occasion that I've not heard him complaining that they are under resourced. It has always been the case. He always complain. And I don't give him the opportunity to come and take the mic and complain. So we believe that these institutions who are really educating us on the election processes and so on should be well resourced. And when that is done, we will ensure peaceful election and peaceful country. Again, transparency. Much is always said about transparency. But since we are only just saying, mentioning the word at all times, but not necessarily putting it in practice. We in the PNC believe it's not just about mentioning that we are going to be transparent, but we should be seen that we are being transparent. During the registration exercise, we all saw what happened. Within the 3 weeks of the exercise, the EC detected that the machines were printing out some duplicate. They kept quiet, only for the video to come out. Then a press conference was organized for us to be informed that it even started. They detected it 3 weeks into the exercise. This is certainly not an act of being transparent. We believe that transparency should be transparency, and that in all steps of this election process, we should be involved, and then our opinion should be sought. The issue of vigilantism. Yes, the political parties, the so-called major ones, because we in the PNC don't believe that we have 2 major political parties in this country. And I'm saying this because I believe one day Ghanaians will see the reason why they should not rely on these 2 political parties. And I'm saying this because it is you and I, the media, some institutions, who we are making them to feel that they are the majority. They are not the majority. It is our posture, it is the opportunities that we give them, especially the media, that give them, that is making them to be seen to be the majority. If the radio, the morning shows will decide to be inviting the PNC every day in their political talk show, I strongly believe that the opinion or what is seen to be the case, that they are the majority, would not be acceptable again around that place. So we believe that with the issue of the vigilantism, we call political parties to come and sign, forgetting about the PNC and other political parties. So we think that that was not a way to have done it, because as we speak now, I know some political parties, even some members of my party, who think that especially areas that we are also strong, we are being suppressed, and they think they can also come together and safeguard the interest of the PNC. You might have heard of Coconut Tree Boys.
I'm not saying we are establishing them, and they came together in order to fight, and not necessarily fight us, but to stay vigilant, to protect the interests of the PNC in Nadoli, in Busa South, in Talensi, in other places. So, we think that once it is a fight that we should all do, all political parties should have been involved. Thank you so much. Just let me run it up with this one. It has to do with the way we have perceived peace for some time now. There's the saying that I've seen somewhere that there cannot be peace on an empty stomach. If we indeed want to ensure a peaceful election, a peaceful country all the time, hotspots that we have identified and continue to bring them up again. When you compare the hotspots we identified in 2016, they are obviously the same hotspot we are identified in 2020. So what have you done? Thank you so much. So I think that we in the party say that we shall ensure that there will be peace and a full stomach and not an empty stomach. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you so much, brother. For the second speaker comes, let me go to the chairman who wants to say something very short. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to thank you so much for your patience. When we left from Asia, we came to meet you, still going on with the program. I want to thank you for comporting yourself in that manner. The main purpose of this forum is for us all to put ideas together to come out with what we will be able to do to ensure that we go through the elections peacefully. We are left with barely 11 days. So I want to plead with our good leaders that I realized that my brother was coming out with a lot of issues. They are good, they are taking them in good faith. But if we should concentrate on what we are going to do to ensure that we go through the elections peacefully, and that will help us. Maybe you are giving us your word that from here you are going to gather your youth, those for you, to engage them and to help them to also give their word to you that they are going to conform and be law-abiding. These are the things that we need from our political parties for now. In respect to manifestos and other things, we want to leave it to you when you're on your political platforms. Yes. But here, what can we do to ensure that we go through these elections peacefully? And it should not be what you want Party A to do to ensure that there is peace. But what, from your end, what do you think you can do to contribute to the peace process? Thank you.
Thank you so much. So that would only mean some parties rewriting their scripts. Thank you so much. I've had about 2-3 people call me. They are calling me Alola. Respectfully, that one is not on my passport. There are excellencies here. Just in case I go to one of them for something and it says, but your name is Alola. It's not my name. My name is Emmanuel Lester. Regional Chairman for the Convention People's Party, Mr. Gallo, is also here. Shall we welcome him, please?
Thank you, Mr. MC. Honorable Chairman, all protocol duly observed. Sorry for my voice because we are on a campaign trip. You know the job has been very difficult and I have to struggle to talk this afternoon. But with all my honorable and excellencies in chair, I have to try and speak a little, so forgive me for my voice. ladies and gentlemen, we, the CPP, do respect whatever the Honorable Chairman for the day have said, and we take it in good faith. The youth of the CPP says, I should tell you that we have really organized ourselves very well, as disciplined as we are, both on radio and all programs. We are going to observe that to make sure that indeed come 7th December, we have peaceful elections. But indeed, we take this opportunity to say something small for us to take home. On my way this morning with my regional women's organizer, the big family of Ghana, that is the Convention People's Party, our able, humble, disciplined, hard-working one, Ivor Comrade Greenstreet's Mr. AKA the Electric Shock Man, says, and I present to the House, that indeed, each and everyone here have heard of me talking about electric shock. And the electric shock is not going to be a shock that will shock Ghanaians with anything violence, but indeed a very peaceful that is going to take place to put to an end the duopoly enjoyment of power of both the NDs and the MPP. And respectfully, we have organized our people in a very nice way that they discipline themselves, make sure that on the 7th of December, we go out there to cast our vote massively for the Convention People's Party to make sure that we take power out of the hands of the MPP and the NDP to make sure that we handle and steer the affairs of this country of ours. He said, and I quote, that if nothing at all, we the CPP believes that we are indeed the founders of Ghana, and we who founded Ghana can never be the leaders who will bring violence to this country. And we think that each of us have to be disciplined enough to make sure that we don't bring anything violence. We have only one Ghana, and that we have to respect it. And indeed, we make sure that we protect the nation of ours, that is Ghana. He ended by saying that if nothing at all, the founder of the Fourth Republic is no more, and that it is bound on all of us to indeed make sure that we have peaceful, transparent, and credible elections on December 7th, so that if nothing at all, we use that to honor His Excellency Jerry John Lawrence. And he says that he will be in the position of reporting to the founder of Ghana, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, that he left Ghana peacefully and that it is same today. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Regional Chairman, for the Convention People's Party. I'm sure within the 11 days left, your children cannot even hear you calling them because of your voice. But we pray it is all well with you. And I invite again a former regional minister, and he is coming from the camp of the NDC, Dr. Samuel Sapon. Shall we welcome him? A round of applause.
Thank you very much, Mr. MC. Reverend Chairman, Bishop Anga, His Excellency Dr. Ibn Chavas, our regional minister, Utu Force Rep, all protocols observed at its job. The NDC is very happy to be part of this peace dialogue, though admittedly it has come a little late. As we all admit, it's always better late than never. It is our hope that this national stakeholder dialogue can fashion out mechanism to both lower the rising political tension as well as ensure peace. That is now, during, and after the election. Peace, as we all know, is a priceless commodity, and it is not achieved by mere words of mouth. It takes effort, hard work, commitment, credibility, trust, and action by all involved to achieve it. Unfortunately, it is the NDC's belief that the principal actors in peace agenda, including government, have either done little or have not shown enough good faith in promoting mutual trust and confidence for peaceful election, especially at this critical time. First, it is important to underscore the fact that there cannot be peace without justice. The event of Ayawaso West Bank by-election are fresh in our minds. Despite the recommendations of the commission set by the government itself, the perpetrators of these heinous crimes are not only working free men, some are in fact promoted. An example is that one Ernest Akon, who calls himself Double, has since not faced any criminal prosecution. DSP Kojo Azubu has been reassigned to a ministry where there is a potential of abuse of power that is even going to be greater. One Colonel Mike Boko has never been reminded, nor has he released the weapons used that day, or the people involved in the use of weapons that day, as the commission actually recommended. Isabella Champo has not been reprimanded as a minister who authorized the operations that fateful day. In the face of their bed, it is no wonder that the security situation in the country remains volatile. How can we trust any pronouncement by government or any other institution when it is clear-cut issues that the above are still hanging? As of now, what I would like to say is that trust is very, very important. And now we see trust as lacking. Having made this point, we still think that we can arrive at some measures on the following. One, no military presence should be maintained at polling stations. Military presence can intimidate voters. The military can act as backup to should the situation warrant their presence. And this, they are mostly called by the police when the situations become very, very critical. The heavy deployment of security personnel in the Volta region is without serious justification. We contend that the move is to cause fear and panic among voters. The Volta region should be treated like any other region in the deployment of security. Security personnel deployed to polling stations have their names and service numbers properly marked for easy identification. While we caution voters not to send cell phones to booths where they cast their ballots. We do encourage all and sundry to have their cell phones on them and to record happenings at polling centers. Such recordings should be widely circulated. The EC's position in disallowing phones at polling centers is without sound reasoning. Government needs to reassure the citizen that access to social media and internet services on election day will be uninterrupted. This will dispel rumor making the rounds that there will be social blackout on G-Day. We need candor on the part of the Electoral Commission. So far, we see none from the EC. Instead, the EC actually sees the NDC as an enemy. Yeah. In conclusion, let me also take this opportunity to remind the Peace Council of the document on the road to peace which the NDC signed, and to urge the Council to impress upon the government and sister political parties the need for them to also sign this document as a matter of priority if it has not been done. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Samuel Sapon. I now invite the former regional chairman for PPP to also join us. Let's welcome him in 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. I will try my best to do about 3 minutes. Thank you. His Excellency Dr. Mohammed Ibn Chambers, Honorable Regional Minister, all protocols observed. A very warm greetings from the Progressive People's Party, PPP. We are very much grateful for this invitation to also take part in this national stakeholders dialogue to promote peaceful 2020 elections. PPP, as a political party, has been promoting peace ever since this great party was formed by Dr. Papapesi Indo. Our party has put in place measures to support all the stakeholders, namely our security agencies, other political parties, the media, the Electoral Commission, and other equally important bodies like the UNDP, Regional Coordinating Council, the National Peace Council. Our great party can assure all of us here that this country called Ghana will continue to enjoy peace after the election, no matter the outcome of the results. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Because of time, just take one question for any of the political parties. Just one. So I'll take about 4 people, 4 questions. Okay. Mulvi Ben Salih, who has the first question.
My question is, all of them. And it is.
What it means is that if they all answer, then that is it. Okay.
We want to know from them that are they committed to peace? For all what they have said, they are not interested in that. They are here for peace. They should tell us each one of them what is going to be their contribution from now onwards to ensure that we are at peace, we have peaceful elections, and after the elections, we are each one of them, their parties, their contributory factors to all the things that they are saying. They give it.
Thank you so
We are
much.
saying that they should tell us now we need peace. They must tell us what they need.
Thank you so much. Okay, there's one behind you. Is it on record that the New Patriotic Party was also invited? Unfortunately, their rep is not here.
And that is exactly my question.
Your question?
Because we think that they are the major political party now in question. And we think that they should also be here, like the first time Mr. Dr. Sapo was talking, there was a document signed by all the political parties. We want to know why they didn't sign that document and why they are not here. Are they boycotting? Or maybe because the regional minister is here, the honorable regional minister is here, is he representing them?
Thank you very much. The conversation around trust has been that that person or that institution is not, giving us cause to trust them. Can we begin, sir, NDC Rev, to begin a conversation this way? Let's trust the institutions and see whether they will not be trustworthy. Is it possible for us to begin the conversation that way, rather than always insisting or saying that they have not given us cause to trust? Can we trust and then invite them to be trustworthy?
Question well noted. Okay, so let's take your quick responses.
Thank you very much. You're talking of trust. You see, it depends on what has actually come out from their speeches. We are all aware that at a point in time, one of the directors of the EC made a comment that the NDC is not a party to be trusted. You see, so when such a comment is coming from a major stakeholder, an EC person, and he gives us cause to complain. Now, we've actually organized such a forum. It's very viable. We're all talking about peace. In this way, attendance is very, very crucial. Because if you are not here, you wouldn't hear what we are trying to arrive here. But for a major stakeholder like the NPP to boycott this all-important forum, I take exception to that.
They have a reason why they are not here. I can speak for them. Regional Minister can speak for them. But whatever it is, invited and they are not there. And again,
no, the regional minister is here for us all.
Yes. So I cannot speak for the people.
Exactly.
That's my point. So you pledge to peace, Gallo.
Respectfully, each and everyone knows that.
Already your voice is not move your voice.
Respectfully, each and everyone knows that CPP is for peace. And we always preach peace on radio, TV, everywhere that we are. The strength that we have, we use it to organize our people and only use our thumbprint to shock the NDC MPP come December 7th.
Thank you so much. PNC,
Thank you very much. I want to assure Bobby and then all here in present that the PNC, the People National Convention, we are not only for peace, but we are standing with all Ghanaians to ensure that we have peaceful election come 7 December. I'm saying this on authority given me by my able leader, Honorable David Akasera. Once again, I want to remind you that it's number 9.
Thank you so much. Yes, my political platform.
So, concluding, Mr. Leader,
the reminder that he's on 9 is not why we are here. We are here for you to pledge peace.
And I've indicated that we are all in a peaceful election.
Thank you so
are going
much.
to support all the stakeholders, especially the Peace Council. We can call them next year again for all times. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. Please, our great party, or my party, PPP, we have been promoting peace ever since this party was formed. And to support all the stakeholders, especially the Electoral Commission, we are not going to set rules for the Electoral Commission to follow. We have to follow the rules of the Electoral Commission if we want peace. So I will urge all my colleagues in other political parties to also support the Electoral Commission and other stakeholders, go by the rules that they have set for us to follow. By that, I believe we are going to enjoy the peace that we are all.
A big round of applause to our panel. This one from the PNC, from the.
So the comments that I made was in reaction to what they said. Yes.
Peace.
The National Democratic Congress is in for peace.
Okay.
It's as simple as that.
Thank you so much. There is this Bible quotation, and this man began to speak. I was that I am for peace. Yeah, that. And when I speak, please, I'm not asking you to continue. Thank you so much. Let's give them a big round of applause. Let's give them a big round of applause as they take their seat. No, you cannot deal with me because I deal with time. I told you what to do. Now, what our next session is promoting, advancing peace through culture, tradition, and religion. Advancing peace through culture, tradition, and religion. And we invite the immediate past chairman of the National Peace Council, Most Reverend Professor Emmanuel Asante. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause as he takes over for the next 5 minutes.
You know, you cannot ask me to present the topic of this nature and say 5 minutes. I didn't ask for the topic.
Okay.
If we really want to learn something and take it seriously, I will take more than 5 minutes, Mr. Chair. I'm taking 2 pages of my address. Chairman, distinguished honorable personalities on the high table, ladies and gentlemen, in spite of our undisputed peaceful credentials, if I say our undisputed peaceful credentials, I'm talking about Ghana, we cannot gloss over the fact that we have our share of isolated violent conflicts that have claimed the lives of some people, led to the destruction of government and personal properties in some parts of our country. We need to praise that. Happenings in the Brown Afro region, some parts of the country specifically,
with a violent clash between the supporters of the NDC and the MPP over the transfer of vote at Kukum, the Asunafo South District, Walewale, the Mapuzi West District of the Upper East Region preceding the 2016 elections, the murder of all violence that took place during the by-elections at Ayawasu constituency, and what happened in previous by-elections at Atiwa and other places, and recent happenings in various places like Bagahinko, Jurase Chedumase, Sawase during the voters' registration do not only leave much to be desired, but also present to all peace-loving people a steadily escalating sense of foreboding in respect of the impending 2020 elections. The question is, are we setting on a time bomb? Let me draw attention to what has been described as the tangible and intangible democratic principles. Her ladyship, Professor Henry Mensah Bonsu of the Supreme Court of Ghana has observed the following. Liberal democratic principles take both tangible and intangible forms. The tangible forms are clearly spelled out in the nation's constitution, which is the supreme law of the land, and it must be carefully adhered to ensure good governance and the rule of law. What is ingrained in the constitution or an act of parliament calls for enforcement by the law enforcement agencies, and those ones must be enforced. So my brother who was saying that the other parties were not even called to be part of the dialogue, the fact that Parliament has even come up with the law 999 on vigilantism means that you cannot say that you were not even part of the discussion. And so as for you, you can go ahead and push vigilantism. It is illegal to do so in the country. And if you did that, the law enforcement agency must take you to task. That's simply that's the law has said that. But there are intangible forms, and these emanate from practice and societal attitudes, and even though they are less clear, they are principles that encompass responsive and responsible direction of the affairs of state and thereby ensure the proper ordering of society. The intangibles, which by and large touch on moral principles and values, can operate to undermine the goals that the tangibles informed by the Constitution, the supreme law of the land, are intended to achieve. What do I mean by that? You can have the Constitution, you can have the laws, but attitudes are not things that you can legislate against. Some of these intangibles at the personal level are intolerance. So what laws do you pass to say to people be tolerant? It is up to us to cultivate that. Religious or political, intolerance is not something you can legislate against. Manifest lack of respect for individuals. So that when I'm on the political platform and I'm insulting, it's something that you cannot legislate against. It's attitudinal. Particular ethnic groups, ethnocentrism, discriminatory tendencies, partiality, lack of moral rectitude, mistrust, lack of probity, and petty and grand corruption. These things you can pass the law. It's like taking the horse to the riverside, but you cannot force the horse to drink. Again, it is attitudinal. The intangibles, Chairman, which are basically categories of morality, have the tendency to undermine our peace, for that matter, development. So, again, her leadership has observed something which for me is very, very important, and I'd like to cite it. She says, Intangible principles, so called, because they are notions that are better described as values, cannot be practically legislated by any authority, but underpin, in practical terms, the observance of the tangibles that have been prescribed in the Constitution and other legislation. Values such as respect for diversity, respect for law and order, tolerance of difference, especially cultural tolerance of divergent opinions, do indeed form the soft tissue of the practice of constitutionalism on a daily basis in a culturally heterogeneous polity. It is in this realm of inculcation of these intangible values, defined in terms of the attitude, moral situations, and all that, that tradition and religion and our culture are called to promote. I listen to sometimes people talking on the radios and political party people standing on platforms insulting others. And I said that these are people who have not been trained. They have not been socialized in their home. Because somebody who has been trained will even learn how to speak in public. Certain statements that come out of people who are vying for my vote tell me that they have not been trained. These are not people I should even consider voting for. As strong and influential members of civil society, religious and traditional authorities are best placed to reinforce the values defined in terms of the intangibles in order to facilitate justice, peace, and development in our country. These, apart from the deployment of law enforcement and security personnel to enforce peace and order in the event of violent conflict, and the institution of commission of inquiries to ascertain causes and proffer solutions to prevent future reoccurrence of violent conflict. Indigenous mechanisms for conflict resolution, such as traditional authorities. You should have been there this morning when we went to meet Otunfo. And the great king of Ashanti was speaking. You should have been there to see. The decorum. These are not things we even hear, we even see. And these days, some people even attempt to even insult kings of this nature because of lack of proper training and socialization in the home. The clergy and respected individuals within a particular community have been utilized in the past to address issues bordering on the intangibles, and they have succeeded in maintaining peace. I keep on saying to Nanano that when the word, an account word, or this year is used, it means what they wash here. They are the people who have their boundaries. Unfortunately for us, we do not even understand the expressions that we use. So you will find people, and sometimes I don't blame them. The FMs are giving us all sorts of words. Words that have nothing to do with our culture. Nobody has even bothered. When we say, oh, we use all sorts of expressions, we can be very, very insulting. We went to a Otunfo's place and I was sitting down. And you know, I had crossed my leg like this. You know, a linguist was looking at me and saying, it was what he was doing. I saw it, so I opened my legs. Next time you go to a Otunfo, don't go and cross your hands and put your hands in your pocket. It's unaccepted. It is training, traditional, cultural that teaches them, that will teach you this. These traditional and indigenous mechanisms for conflict resolution are useful in that they reflect the culture of the people and foster ownership of the conflict resolution process as they work with cultural and religious values which are familiar to the people. The traditional and indigenous mechanisms, however, must be enhanced through capacity building of the personnel involved to ensure sharpening of their facilitation, mediation, and negotiation skills in dealing with contemporary conflict issues. It is my view, Chairman, that most effective conflict resolution and peace building process are those that leverage on the experience and cultures of the parties in conflict rather than the use of alien models and conflict resolution mechanisms that do not know, that do not understand the cultures of the people. And we can give you the case of what is happening in Sudan. Attempts were made neglecting the traditional methods, and they did not succeed in solving the problem. Indigenous mechanism and process need to be ascertained and used alongside other models to give ownership of both process and outcome of the parties in conflict to succeed. All that I'm saying here, because of time, is that in calling for reactivation and enhancement and utilization of traditional mechanisms in the resolution of conflict, we're not by any means suggesting that the traditional mix of methods is the only means by which lasting peace can become a reality. We believe, however, that conflict situations call for more diverse or inclusive approach to peace building. At the heart of this inclusive approach must be the traditional mechanisms for conflict resolution. Culture, religion, and tradition must have a role to play in this matter. And do not let us engage in politics ignoring some of these things. I mean, there's wise sayings in our culture that can help us in the way we do our politics. This tit for tat mentality is against our tradition. Somebody mistakenly came, and you are off. You're going to be the one who's going to, dissect the whole thing. And I think we need to bring in our traditions. We need to take into consideration our cultures. We need to respect our religious leaders, bring them on board in our politics. Once we do that, we can enhance the peace that we are all urging for. My simple message to all of us is that what is it that we are looking for? Politicians, what is it that you are looking for? Power belongs to the people. And you come humbly to ask for us to give you that power. You do so by marketing your products. What is it that you have? Why should I give you my authority to govern me? You don't come to cajole and insult and bully me to rule me. Let us be mindful of the fact of the intangible dimensions of democracy and use it. Thank you very much.
You see, I know what Prof can do. He has so much knowledge. And when I engage him on radio, Prof will bail me out. Anytime I engage him on radio, I have to cancel my next segment on the show because he has so much. So, Prof, forgive me, it was not a deliberate attempt, but I was constrained by time. I just gave you the 5 minutes because I know you were going to go 10 minutes. If I didn't give you the time, you would have gone 20. It was a trick. Thank you so much. Do we have any question for? I think my battery is going down. Any question? Oh, this one is a lecture. Yes, Professor. Yes, what's the chance, Mark?
Well, thank you. Yeah, the whole lecture. But just to say that, from what you said, and we're connected to this thing, would you say that that it's now becoming too easy to build the political leadership? Because it seems to me, from what you presented, that as a society we have failed to insulate our young men and women from the exploitation of political leadership. What do you think? Because for me, like you said, the family seems to be the primary, need to play some primary role, which we have built in the inculcation of culture, traditions, and all that.
Thanks.
Yes.
The intangible. I'm excited at the election, but we are doing our politics based on personalities and bribery and corruption, inciting people with money, all go to make what we are going through now. Sometimes, from what you are saying, the people who are doing those things wrong, they have been trained, they know what is right, but they want to win the favor of the populace. And in order to be seen as a leader in a political party, sometimes they have to do the nasty thing to get the support. So it is true, tradition, religion, and culture is there, but they intentionally. The people who are doing that are well educated with degrees in the parties. And when they speak this hate language, we sometimes wonder if it is not intentional, then what is it? What do they want from us, the populace? Is it because you want power, you can do anything at all? I don't know, but that's how I'm seeing the problem. We know the laws, we know the rules, we have been trained, but for political power, they throw them away, get to the podium, can say anything, get to the radio, say anything. I don't know. Yeah, I think.
Thank you so much, bro. Now, how do we manage the intangibles to become tangible?
Thank you very much. I don't think that the questions that came were really questions. They were only supporting the things that I have already said, to be honest. My own good brother, Usamafo, was talking about what you said touches on socialization. How do we socialize our people? And it will come to what he is also saying. He's talking about people having degrees. The fact that people have degrees doesn't mean they have a feeling answer. There are people who have that book knowledge, they may have it. But what we call a feeling answer, they lack it. And it is all because of faulty socialization which we seem to be supporting. I'm calling on Nananum, I'm calling on religious leaders, I'm calling on the socializing agents, parents, to be concerned about the kinds of things they hear from our politicians. To be able to say to them, you don't, I mean, if you are vowing for a stool or a scheme, your language and your behavior will count. Unfortunately for us, what counts? The money that you have, what you can use. And these days, the person who can insult them more becomes the victim. and a young man with sharp teeth becomes the person we give positions to. I think it is about time traditional leaders, Nananom and Asofo, speak about these things. In this country, the moment you start speaking like that, they are going to say all sorts of things. As I stand here today, he's NDC, tomorrow he's MPP, but I don't care. Daniel. For me, what matters is decorum, politics of civility that will reflect our culture and our traditions. That's what we need to promote.
Thank you so much, Prof. But because it is about culture, tradition, Nana Obata will want to. Yes, please. I don't want to commit myself. I don't want to commit myself. I know he's up or something.
Reverend Chair, His Excellencies, honor, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, mine is more. I've come to realize that we've lost something. Actually, my name is Lumo Gado. Lumo, yes, I'm the Peace Council representing the traditional, the extended family system, which is good because I grew up in such a setting where when a young man or a young lady is going to do something, you rather look at your family, the disgrace that will come, not your family, not you. But it's no more there. And people are like, I do it for myself. If it's a disgrace or anything, I bear it alone. But you see, we people who are more in the family actually look beyond you, the individual. Because when you have a problem, you definitely need somebody to either lead or to follow. You don't go alone. So my appeal to all, we should look at that extended family system and see how possible way leadership can bring that about. Because most of the time, now as we are, people maybe become well off and then they would like to isolate themselves from family. In fact, they don't even want anybody at all. They come. You go to, they will say, tell them, I am not here. And maybe that is also making our youth go the way they are going. Because when there is no one to check them, when there is no one to help them, assist them, because everybody has an aspiration, a desire to be somebody. So if that person is not saying anything coming from the elderly who is looking up to, what would that person do? So I rest.
Thank you so much. Nana Obat wants to say something. Yes, it's on.
Thank you. The point that I want to make is that the tolerance, for me, are more important than the formal ones. The informal ones are more important than the formal. Because the formal ones, you have the constitution, we can easily enforce. But the informal ones, which underpin and undermine the formal ones, are very difficult to enforce. You're talking about the extended family system. Most of our youth, they are uprooted. They've left their villages, they are in a crime. How do you control them? So the challenge is we have to continue to educate. We have to continue to organize, forums like this nature to be able to deal with this problem. It's very important. I have been a chief for 44 years. And I have to confess to you that at the time I was installed a chief, I've had invested, but I didn't know much about the culture. So it's a learning process. We have to continue to learn. There's a lot in our traditional system that we can resort to deal with some of these problems we're talking about. The informal ones, the durables we're talking about, the electricity.
There's nothing wrong with ethnicity as such. I being Ashanti, you being a Rebel, should not by itself create a problem. What we are worried about is what we call negative ethnicity. These are the things we have to deal with, and I think that is going to be a long process. But don't let us give up. Otherwise, we'll be adopting a defeatist attitude. We should keep on trying. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nana. Forgive me, today we are all fasting. We are all fasting, so I will skip the session for lunch and continue. Because when we have peace today, we can eat tomorrow. Don't go and eat today, and then tomorrow will not be there. So let's all fast, have peace, and then go and eat. Give me a short interview, a very short one. This book is powerful. The day that I will do my engagement, oh, when I'm a demo, when I'm saying that may have engagement. Yeah, no worry. I'm looking for peace. When I find peace, I'll marry. The Distinguished High Table, I once again need to praise your intelligence and again great protocol. Again, I don't know how many times, but the Bible says 70 times 7. I've only done 2.
Thanks.
And invite and personnel gathered here respectfully forgive us for breaking protocol once again. Invite Mr. Edward Boateng, His Excellency, Ghana's Ambassador to China, right? Yes, Ghana's ambassador to China. Duty had to take him to some other place. He's speaking for the MPP, briefly 5 minutes. Your Excellency, the microphone is here.
Distinguished members of the high table, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I bring you greetings from the NPP leadership in Ashanti region. Before I go on, I would like to express our sincere apologies for coming late. I think there was a miscommunication somewhere. So when we're informed of this meeting, our chairman Wontumi, delegated that I come and represent the party at this event and share his thoughts and also to render his personal apology. We do have the chief of staff in town who also apologizes because we're not aware. As you can see, we're out campaigning. And when we got the message, I was tasked to immediately stop and come. And unfortunately, coming back, we're caught in a bit of traffic. I think we're here about peace, and that's why I think it's important that General to me asked me from the people who are around him to come and share some thoughts and also experiences. And I think I know His Excellency in Chambers Square Room from over 20 years ago. My background is media. And I worked in media at the time when Africa was described as the scar of the world by the economists. Why did they say that? Because wherever you looked around our continent, from Rwanda to DRC to Liberia to Sierra Leone, there were wars, confusion, people were dying. And as a young African, it was something that I dealt with because I was the head of CNN for the entire African region. So it was my job to deploy journalists all over, from Christian Amanpo to Brent Sadler, all the big names we had. It was my job to make sure that they had the logistics. It was my job to make sure that they went in and came out alive. Because somebody died, it was my responsibility to go and inform the family. So I understand peace and election time. I was there when President Mandela became president of South Africa. I was there when the bombs were flying. So I've dealt with election violence across our continent. And I think it's important what the Peace Council is doing. It's important that the Fourth Republic, we've been able to steer Ghana through peaceful elections in something that we shouldn't take for granted. Because when the guns start flying, the bullets start flying, the kids, mostly women, who suffer a lot. The families get torn apart. And I saw it in Cote d'Ivoire. And it takes a long time to rebuild. That's why it's important. But I also believe that in Ghana, when we talk peace, sometimes we also don't give ourselves credit for how much has been achieved because our parties do work together. And Ghana is also, I've traveled across the African continent. Probably have done 2 or 3 trips across Africa from country to country because of my job. One of the countries where we also have a lot of intermarriages, we have friends on both sides. I stand in here, MPP. We also have a lot of good friends in NDC. You know, sometimes we even have family members on the other side. And so we're able to cross from one place to the other. Obviously, when we are around this period, we need the Peace Council and the leadership to guide us because the tempo is raised high and people see all kinds of things. But in the leadership of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, I mean, I was there when President Mills called Kufo to concede in 2000. I was there with President Kufo. I was also there when Nado lost the elections in 2008. And I remember asking Nado, because we had 40,000 votes to cross the line. And those of us young ones were like, oh, we have to. And Nado said to us that his presidency is not worth one Ghanaian blood being spilled, so we should all go home and sleep. That's the sort of man that he is. And I remember when we lost the court case, we had been tasked to do the speech. And we were only looking at, we were very confident we were going to win the court case. So when he gave us the task and we sent it to him, he asked about what is the other speech if we lose. And he took the pen and paper and he wrote that speech, which I think to the people of Ghana. That's the sort of person we are dealing with. So for me, I have every faith in Ronaldo that he will not take us to war. I equally also have faith in the NDC leadership because I know ex-President Mahama from the time he was Deputy Minister of Communications to becoming Communications Minister to President. But sometimes it's those of us who follow. It's those of us who follow these leaders because we are the ones who cause the trouble. But our political, 20 years in the history of the country is a very short time. And if we can take a cue from what has happened in the US recently, we have done very well. We have done very, very well. And it's something that we should give ourselves credit for. I mean, sometimes when you listen to it, it's like, God, a lot of the Ghana political experience is what has other countries are learning from. Because at the end of the day, I was in Nigeria when President Jonathan lost the election. And I remember working for one of the senators, and I said, you lost. And a young lady said to me, because they didn't know what to do, said to us that, but look at Ghana, every year they change from one government to the other. And when she said that, I think she was 21 years old, she said that all the big men and who were signed there said, oh, what she said is very true. We have to go out and concede. And I've always had that picture of the girl in my image. He said, look at Ghana. And we all took that. So I'm standing here to assure the peace council that on behalf of the MPP, on behalf of Chairman Wontemi from the Ashanti region, we will not cause any trouble. We will not cause any trouble. We know that we are going to win this election. We are going to stand on the branch to our opponents because at the end of the day, our president cannot be president for 60% Ghanaians. He has to be president for 100% Ghanaians. And that is what it's about. Free SHS is not for only MPP kids. Everybody is enjoying. 1D, 1F is not for only MPP. Everybody is enjoying.
Thank you so much.
It's not for only MPP. Everybody is enjoying. So that is what it's going to be. And we hope that we can count on your support in the second term of Ghana. Thank you very much.
Ambassador, please, I want peace. We're moving on, taking the regional director for the Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice, and they'll be talking about respect of human rights during the electoral process. So if the rep for Shaj is here, let's welcome her. Something broke up. She is the regional director for Shaj. Yes, forgive me. I was looking at my height and
His Excellency Ibn Chambers, I don't really want to start from the chairman because all protocols observed, and already my other colleagues observed you. So I don't want to belabor the point by repeating the observation. You are all, everybody at the high table equally observed. I bring you greetings from the Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice, TRAJ. We have been tasked to speak on the topic respect for human rights during the electoral process. A lot of people, or many Ghanaians, think that we are toothless bulldog, but this impression is wrong. And by the close of my short remark, I may call it, you know that we are silent but working, seriously working. But for us, cases in the courts, in the normal courts, would have been overwhelming. But we have saved the courts from a number of human rights cases coming directly to the courts. Most of them passes through church, and we resolve it amicably, sometimes by using ADR techniques. There are others that we actually hear, we give a hearing to it, give recommendations, and then when the defaulting party does not comply, we go to the court and have it enforced. Let me start my submission by telling you what we stand for. The Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice, as we all know, is established, is a constitutional creation established under the 1992 Constitution of the Republic of Ghana and the Tribes Act, Act 456. And you know, those of you who don't know, I'm informing you today, so take the opportunity to learn and unlearn. We have three broad mandates. We have our human rights mandate and our administrative justice mandate, as well as anti-corruption mandate. We all know that we are the National Anti-Corruption Agency in the country. Yes, TRIBE is the National Anti-Corruption Agency, and we are living up to task. We may not satisfy everybody, but we are working. You are working. Most of the times, let me take the opportunity to inform as the citizenry that our offices are accessible to everybody. We are online, but people are not using us. People are not accessing us. Those who access our services get the results. And I tell you, by the close of this short remark, you would see that we are actually working. People make a lot of remarks that state institutions are not working. If you do not access their services, you may never know that whether they are working or not. But I tell you, for us at church, we are actually working. I'm telling you, we are working. We've been able to save a number of human rights abuses from going to the ordinary courts, but from coming to trial and had it resolved. Actually, this year, we have resolved as many as, amidst the COVID, we have resolved as many as 100 human rights cases that was reported to our outfit. Some through ADR, as I earlier said, and then some through hearings. We actually hear them like what the normal courts do, even though our procedure may not be like the normal court. We are also governed by, the CI 67 governs our procedure. And so we hear them and actually render decisions. And sometimes the litigating parties, actually comply without having to force that, or maybe making us take the matter to court for enforcement. Actually, as soon as we said the decisions that we've written on them, some within 3 months they comply, and you don't hear anything. That is why I'm saying let's not sit somewhere and think state institutions are not working. We are actually working. We are on the ground, firmly working. And with this election, our eyes are on the ball. We are working. And saying we are working, we have conducted in the region, we have conducted over 1,049 public education Sometimes when we talk about public education, people associate public education to only the NCCE. It is wrong. With us at RAD, without public education, there is no way we can accomplish the three mandate areas that we are supposed to handle. So we do extensive public education. If you go to any of our offices in the district and even in the regional capital, then look for the statistics. They are available. We do a lot of public education. And so please, with this within this electoral period, we've been doing massive, intensive public education. For us, with or without funds, we have to tax. We are public officers, and so we do our work as public officers. We don't even wait for anybody to sponsor us. We work. We are paid, we are on the government payroll, so we work. So let me touch on few issues. We are aware that genuinely free and fair election is a necessary and fundamental component of sustained effect to protect and promote human rights. All citizens have the right to participate in elections through free and fair elections held periodically, and in our case, 4 years. Participation cannot be effectively exercised unless a wide range of other rights and fundamental freedoms are respected without discrimination. We have noted some human rights issues which are likely to be violated during electoral process. And these are some of them are freedom of association, equality, freedom from discrimination, access to the media, freedom of movement, expression, respect for human dignity, protection of privacy of home and other property. Other human rights abuses that may likely occur in the electoral process are use of abusive language, intimidation or violence, disruption and attack, carrying of arms, defacing of posters, abuse of office, invasion of voting rights. And I tell you, we have done intensive public education in respect of these human rights issues that I have just enumerated. And so I've spoken about public education. What are we also doing on corruption? I wish to bring to your attention that for church, our offices are opened. And you know, per the Supreme Court decision, until you bring corruption cases to our attention, we cannot go out and wage hands. So you have to bring them to our attention and then we act accordingly. Those that have been able to, have brought corruption cases into our attention, they can testify that we actually heard the cases and actually rendered our decision. You know, we all know that the Whistleblowers Act is operational and enforced. That's Act 720. We keep educating the citizenry about this very act, that have confidence in us, come to us. Our doors are open. When you disclose impropriety to us, we wouldn't disclose your. We will protect you. We will make sure you are fully protected. We wouldn't let you out. We'll make sure you are instead fully protected. We keep drumming this in the media. We keep drumming this in the community information centers, in the churches, and we also liaise with civil society organizations. Many of them, we work with many of them, including NCCE. So for me, I heard this, that yes, just as I initially introduced, that charity is toothless. Some people come up with this sort of, I would call it very funny description of charity, that we are today good on. When you come to work with us, those who even do their national service with us know that we are actually vibrant, actually working, and we are non-partisan. How will you find CHRAD staff or any director of CHRAD or any other person with CHRAD be partisan? Well, I leave it to your own discretion, but then we try as much as possible to conduct ourselves well. We are for peace. and we stand for peace. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Madam Shraj, thank you so much for those assurances that cannot a toothless bulldog. You really work. We are grateful. Once your doors are open, we will to enter. Now, I believe this is only some information given to us. And so if you have any question, please see her and she will answer it for you. Most of our people need to catch their flight back to Accra, and so we need to move a little bit faster. On this note, I invite Mrs. Joanna Opare, a member of the board for National Peace Council, to also give us promoting the participation of women in electoral process. So please welcome her.
Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, Nanano, all protocols observed. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor for me to be a part of this and to speak on behalf of women. We have heard a lot, but I just want us to remember that violence is a threat to the integrity of the electoral process and can affect women's participation as voters, candidates, electoral officials, activists, political party leaders, and undermines the free, fair, and inclusive democratic process. Women already have a myriad of issues fighting against us when it comes to the electoral process. And it's all about decision making. It's all about who gets the power to do what. So why are we here? And I want to ask us a big question. Who is here who was not born of a woman? Who is here who doesn't have a sister or a daughter or a neighbor who is a woman? And just think about that. And think about what will happen when there is conflict. Because we carry the brunt of it. And we are the ones who are in the homes, nurturing men, women, the aged, the vulnerable, everybody. And so we are very important. But we are not found a lot in the area of decision making. Although when it comes to the electoral process, you see us before voting, registration and so on. For now, for this current elections, we have more women than men registering. And I said, wow. So we have the powers. And we have the clouds. Like what? Oh, the women are not there. Different positions, they are not there. We are there now. Because the gap in education is closing up. So why are we talking about our engagement in the peace processes? We are saying so because we want a peaceful Ghana before, during, and after the elections. And for every phase of the processes to the elections, we have types of violence that come up and what we should do. And women have got a very important role to play. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in what I'll call the second or third phase towards the election. And this is when the time of campaigning and so on has heightened so much. There's the sort of violence that's come with it. As I was driving towards the airport yesterday, I was looking at those who were going for a rally in my area. And I was trying to count the number of boys, the number of men versus the number of women. And I just smiled. And I said, this is gender. They are there to do all the groundwork, plenty support. Yet when it comes to participation in real decision making, we are found wanting. And in Ghana, the situation is shameful. For now, we just have 13.8% of women in parliament. We want more to be there. But how can they be there when there is conflict, when there is violence, and they have to do other things? The Honorable Reverend has spoken a lot about cultural issues. Some of the things affecting us, we know as women, are domestic responsibilities, our cultural issues, lack of family support, confidence, finances, the aggressive political situation. Ladies and gentlemen, honorables, because of some of this, we have been advocating for the passage of an affirmative action law since 2011. That's the last law. And I happen to have been in the chair for quite a long time. Up till now, that bill has not gone. But we are not sleeping. Our civil society groups are watching, and we are advocating and doing all we can to ensure that 2021 will meet me and you and our families. So, what other strategies can I cite in addition to the lot that have been said this morning? One is to look at certain specific tools we can use when it comes to women to ensure that we have a violence-free election. I want us to look at one, our queen mothers and other female traditional leaders. What are we doing for them? How are we using them? Because they have the power. And remember, women have the powers. We have the clout as well, the numbers. Ghana has 51.2% of women. And I've just told you that more women than men registered this year. How are we harnessing those powers to support us? And you know how women can pass on information. How are we training them and sensitizing them to ensure that the little information they pass about, which is termed as gossip, and when it's about men, it's discussion, the gossip is turned into peace talk. How are we using that? How are we using our civil society organizations beyond what we normally do? What about the policies that we need to ensure that our involvement is enhanced? And again, our affirmative action bill here is in cabinet, and maybe next year it will be passed. We've had it before. Then we are looking at multi-stakeholder consultations, like we are having here today. To what extent are we engaging women? I looked at the room when I came, trying to have a quick count of how many women we have here who go and spread the news. I was happy to see also men here who will listen to what I have to say and partner with me, partner with the women, because at the end of the day, violence will affect all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to talk especially about our market women, our mothers. The mothers are in the homes. They are the mothers of the youth. Violence. How are we targeting them at the lowest level of and decentralized system of governance? We're going to use them. Let us use them. We're using our queen mothers. Let us talk to our youth and spread the news. We've heard about the churches. How much preaching of peace are we doing now? Every Sunday should be peace, peace, peace. Peace, peace, peace. My peace, I live with you. Well, not like the peace the world gives. We want God's type of peace that doesn't discriminate. How are we using it? I can't cite the Quran. But I know there is peace in the Quran. How are we using that? How are we using everybody to ensure that we pass on the information? We need one Ghana. And Ghana's Fourth Republic has shown encouraging progress regarding the entrenchment of multi-party democracy and electoral efficiency. This can further be enhanced when women take up their place in promoting peace and participating effectively at every stage of the electoral process, especially in the upcoming 2020 election. The best and most effective way to tackle electoral violence is by prevention. And we have